Good evening, everybody. How are we all? How are we this Saturday evening? It's Saturday evening, right? I think it's Saturday evening. Hello, hello. Yeah, Russ, I need to fix that redeem. As you saw, there's a problem with the redeem such that it kicks in if it kicks in before it sees you've sent a message, it doesn't actually register that you've been first. And so technically, your first redeem happened before anyone had said anything. What are those doggos doing? Which is why it was like, nobody's first. But yes, Russ, you did get first tonight. Welcome, welcome. How are you this evening? Did you say you were battle marked or battle marking, was it? Yeah, it's something to do with the order that the streamer bot things
Nice try,
running.
Azure Ren, but Realm of Rust beat you to it.
Yeah.
Congratulations on second place.
So if you use the exclamation mark command, it works. But if you use the redeem, there's a race condition that goes on. The D&D version of it. Oh, right. Yes, of course. I remember that. I haven't played it, but looks interesting. Okay, we are back in Satisfactory in VR. We are just basically continuing on from yesterday, where we were working on the heavy modular frames factory. Now, I was a little concerned about our power, and I was thinking I'll just whack down some alien power augmenters. Oh, actually, I do have enough. Because I looked up how much they cost, and they cost 10 summer slips, and summer slips are super rare. But we do have. I think we need one to unlock it, and then a whole bunch. So I made a bunch of SAM fluctuators, which are a common ingredient in alien tech. I haven't actually unlocked it yet, so let's check in the man. And under alien technology, we've got this magic device here, the power augmenter. Now I need some computers as well, it looks like. That's easy enough. We can grab them out of storage. There, one to unlock it. So let's research that. Ta-da!
Power augmenter unlocked. Summer sloops naturally harvest. Yes, harvest energy from distant sources and distribute it locally. The power augmenter supercharges summer sloops by feeding it local power, increasing its harvesting range and efficiency, and thus power output. Basically, the more power it's given, the more it provides.
Do not loop the loop organ. It will shred and tear and unravel the threads. Many temples burned.
That sounds
Good to
ominous.
know. That confirms that hypothesis.
Thoroughly recommend Battle Marked, and you can play Pancake So Fun for the whole fam. Yes, but that doesn't mean buying 3 copies. Right, so now we have the power augmenter unlocked, which is a magical device. So what it does, it will generate 500 megawatts of power, which is not a lot, but it also will multiply our existing power grid by 10%, which our current power grid is not fantastic, so it's only going to boost it a little bit. But basically, as we expand power further later on, the bonus this gives us will increase. So this is our current power. So we're kind of hovering between 6.8 and 7.4, and the reason it's alternating like this is we're using thermal power generators, and they have an uneven output. But our actual consumption, which is not particularly level, I need to do some tuning in my factories to get this a bit level. But it's about 5.5, and so we are not far off that minimum of 6.8, and we're about to turn on a large factory. So I don't know where I'm going to build the power augmenter. How big is the power augmenter? It's a big sucker. Okay, it's pretty big. So I don't know where I'm going to stick it, but yeah, we'll stick one somewhere. And we're going to need more summer sloops to do more. I thought I was actually, thought I was short on summer sloops, but it looks like I've got enough to build one at least. So if we do run out of power, we can whack one of those down somewhere. Induid, hey, how's it going? Welcome, welcome, welcome back. How are you going? Bouncy Castle, yes, bouncy beans. They are fun, especially in VR. Okay, so we're going to head out to the build site for the heavy modular frames factories. Oh, the augmenter is the bouncy castle. Yes, I suppose that's technically true. It's not as bouncy castle as a bean, though. I think beans make better bouncy castles. Let's catch the train out. It's been a while since we've been catching the train out. We've been using a ziplining out the last couple of times. So let's summon a train before something runs into it. So this might be the last session of the heavy modular frames factory build. We have all the bits in place. So tonight is mainly sort of architecture, slapping a roof on, making sure all the output goes to a storage container, trying to make it look a bit more like a building rather than just a bunch of machines. So that's what we're going to be working on tonight. So the heavy modular frames factory is out at the Desert Canyons, I think is the name of the zone, which is a little area between the Titan Forest and the Dune Desert and the big canyon that runs south of the north area. What's the north area called? I can't remember. Spire Coast. So, shout bean. It is a very pretty game. And this Titan Forest area here is particularly pretty with its huge trees and also particularly deadly as well. So up here, change the track over. This is our computers factory here that makes various computer and circuit board related stuff. And then just down here is our, oops, Why is it paused? I thought I put signals. I have to wait for this train to go. Actually, you know what? We can hop out and walk from here. Oh, is it waiting because I have a train further down the line there, which is technically on the same thing? And how many years has it been sitting there waiting? Yep, it's been waiting. Whoops. Yeah, so this line here, from this point on, I kind of just slapped it down on the ground to get a train to travel through for supplies for building the factory, because I needed... Oh, something shot at me. I needed a heck of... Who was that? Must be a hog. So I had a supply train here full of stuff that I brought along. So here we are at the heavy modular frames factory. It's not all turned on yet, but we have built most of the components. It's made up of 3 blueprints, and then the blueprints are repeated. We just park on a bit here. Here we go. So these blueprints in the middle are all the same, although some of them are an older model. And this generates the rubber and steel ingots. And then the second blueprint is this one here, which makes the modular frames. And then the third blueprint here takes everything together and makes heavy frames. Now, as you can see, I've got the output of all the heavy frames put on this belt that goes around the whole factory, but I haven't actually got any output. It's not going anywhere. So we just have a roundabout of heavy modular frames at the moment. So one of the things we do need to do is to actually send them somewhere, put them in a container, get them going into a dimensional depot, that kind of stuff. So, yes. Top Dion X, shallow, how's it going? Dinner between 8:30 and 9 sounds reasonable, yes. Now, as I said, some of these in the middle here are an older version of the blueprint. You can see the newer ones have the red trimming and kind of the tidier beams. So I'm going to start off by deleting the old blueprints and rebuilding them with the new version of the blueprint. Shouldn't take too long. It's a case of delete the connectors and then rebuild.
Top Dion X just hit a 5-stream watch streak. That's impressive dedication.
Cool.
Oh, free SFX money, apparently.
What was that last bit? 3 SFX money? 3 times FX? Okay. So if we just copy that one, that will copy whatever the latest version is. I think I need to rotate it this way. Now I've put an extra frame around the lift that goes up, and this will be the first time that I'll actually build this with the frame as part of the build. So we'll see if it all fits in correctly. Luckily, with the logistics in the floor, we know exactly where to put these blueprints so that they are reconnected as they were before. And then we just, let's go to horizontal to vertical, reconnect the pipe. And this here, I can't remember if it was a Mark III or a Mark IV. Mark III is probably enough. Can I snap it in the bottom there? Yes. Okay, if I point at the hole right at the bottom there, I can snap it and then rotate it and then snap it right at the top. And then we just check. Okay, we actually do have the ore coming in on the belt. That's good. And the last thing we need to do is connect power. So we connect these two together like that. And somewhere below is a power connector. Ah, here we go. That looks like it. Now, where did I connect it underneath here? Yep, there we go. So I just reconnect from there up there. And now both of these should be online. Now I might as well finish the rest of the logistics to wire it up to this, because this is something that now that these blueprints are finished, we can do. So we get, so the rubber needs to go, no, steel. So the steel is the top one here, and the steel needs to go into this conveyor line here. The rubber needs to connect to a merger up the top there. So the steel we can put in as a hole on the ground, and it needs to line up with this merger here. Eventually steel should come out of there. Now the rubber, I think similarly, if we put a conveyor hole down here, I think it's aligned up there. Let me just check. Just eyeball that. That looks about right. Eyeballing the height is a lot fiddlier. Luckily, we can use the lock in place. Now there's rubber coming along because basically the overflow of each section will then go into the next section, and because I've had one section running for a while, it's already propping away with all the rubber. Okay. So the rubber needs to merge down here. Why is that not got rubber coming out? Okay, this one's both producing rubber and steel. Why is this one not working? Ah, we're missing power. Oh, is this power connector not working? Ah, that's not actually connected. So that is a bug in the blueprint that we'll need to fix. I'm not... Oh. You're a bit early. I think we get power outages later on this evening, but thank you for scaring me. Straight. And now the merging for the steel. Maybe I should have moved this one further back. Because this will need to come up and line up with the steel here. I wonder if I could put that in the blueprint. It's probably a bit late, and actually no, because it would be asynchronous then. Steel comes out of here. And this is where I really hope I connect the right one up to the right one, otherwise we're going to flood the system with the wrong material. Okay, so that is now working correctly. Let's pop over to the blueprint maker, which I left one around here somewhere. At the other end here. This was... Actually, we can take that off. We built everything we need to build. This was rubber and steel. And we missed one little wire up the top here. So that way when we connect from there to the next blueprint along, it will actually be connected. Is there anything else I want to do to this while I'm here? I think that was it. I think I've finished off all the rest of the tidying up that I was doing last session, so that should be enough. Okay. So we've rebuilt and reconnected this set here. Around to the next one here. Now this one is further back than the other ones because we have a miner here taking up room. So we need to leave a little room for that. That's why that's a bit cramped at this side here, because this one's further back than it needed to be otherwise. But other than that, it's just the same thing side by side. Copy the blueprint, please. Reconnect the inputs. Sorry, Mark 4, there's Mark 4. I don't think it needs a Mark 4, it probably needs a lot less, but... Okay, now up the top. Connect power between the two blueprints. Where's that connector? And then down below, power connector there. Was it that one I did under here? Hey, look, there's a little lift holding everything up. I suspect that one I just did to there as a quick solution, because we will come back and kind of tidy up around this miner and make it a bit neater. We never wired up the logistics for this one though, so I'm gonna have to go around the miner for those. So let's come over here. First we need to put an input for the steel. Because this is at an angle here, I put the hole where it's on the right angle and then nudge it across. That way everything lines up without me having to deal with things in the wrong dimension, on the wrong angle. And somewhere along here is the rubber. Yeah. Of course, it's right next to the miner. That's okay. We can deal with that. It's probably easier to take everything across and merge it on the other side, I think. If I do that, it's going to be... covering that wire. The iron needs to go to that one. The rubber to this one. Do the rubber there. Actually, it's going to be easier if the rubber is the lower one, because the rubber is lower down. And then the iron will be more like this. Probably line up with that iron there. My chat window is right there. Okay, thank you for the guidance lines. This will need to come out a bit first. Actually, let's do the iron first because it's higher up. Or do the iron, or do we just bring it across? I think that's actually level. It's nice when things accidentally line up properly. I think it's actually that high. Yeah, it's that high. Right, this pops up there, and that is the rubber, right? Yep, that's the rubber. Did I actually connect the rubber to the other one? I think I did. You can see over there, yes, it is connected. Good. Now, I suspect if I come straight out of here and tie it in sideways, it's too close. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll face it that way, and it'll just have a bit of a curve to it, or a bit of a kink. That moved at the last second. There we go. Okay, we have the output coming from both. That's good. Let's just add a little bit more support to these vertical lifts here. And that we will clean up later, because when we come back to do the miner, we'll be moving things around a bit. I think the positions is fine, but we can add some supports and other stuff later. So this here is the sole line of iron ingots that is coming up. And that actually runs around the entire perimeter and feeds all the iron ingots that are needed for everywhere around. So this one is done. Okay. These are the old design. Oh, no, blueprint delete, please. Hang on. Ah. Hang on. No. That's the wrong one. There we go. That's better. That had me panicking there for a second. It's like, this fit a second ago. What happened? I was looking at the wrong lift support. That is not correct. That's better. Connect power there. There'll be power connected down on the floor here. And it should be the one. It should connect to a point under here. Our power graph looking. Ooh, it's looking close. Line up the rubber input, which is there. Is there more space here than on the other ones? It feels more spacious. Would be just my luck to find I've stuffed up the spacing and have to redo it all. Okay, so that's that. The dog, how's it going? Good evening.
The dog 1,134,566 has submitted a request for you to hydrate.
Have a hydrate break, that's a good idea. Just give me a second. Let me swap to my cup. Suppose you want to have a real drink as well. I've actually got some coffee left here, so... coffee. Shouldn't be having coffee this late in the evening, but good coffee. That's a reminder that I should probably lower my desk because my desk is a bit high and
The
I don't
dog
want to punch it.
1,134,566 wants you to stretch. Go on, do it. Reach your hands in the air like you just don't care.
Did you hear my back creak just then? There's a line going up that lift there. Now I can't unsee it. Looks like a bit of string.
I have a tip from the dog 1,134,566 that you may be slouching.
I'm not
Posture
slouching, I'm
check
stretching.
time.
And I'm also standing, so posture is good. Okay, I have copied and I have stretched. I'm good to go. Missed. Okay. So that's that one done. How's it going? It's going good. We're kind of in the final stretch on this build. Just connecting all the blueprints up now. How out of date was this blueprint? Actually looks fairly final, so I don't think I need to rebuild one. I think this one was already fairly new. It's probably not got the power cable connected, maybe? Yeah, it's missing that bit, but other than that, it looks like a fairly late revision of the blueprint. Got the brackets there. It's still got these bits. I think I took those out of the blueprint, actually, because these inputs aren't used. But rather than rebuild it, I'll just delete those bits. Okay, that should now be the same as the other blueprint. Now, is this already wired up logistics-wise then? No. But it does seem to have power. Yes, it is running. So we still need to get the materials
Ooh,
from
good
there
little
across the next
puppy.
one. Will be the the steel input, which comes into the bottom right there, and then oops, we need another hole. Put that away, and this is going to be lined up with the rubber input. Looks like it's lined up. Now the same down the bottom that we did for the other one. Put that away. The merger for the rubber. Let's just copy this merger, turn it around. I think we had it forward in that position. Missed. That's the steel.
Come on, come here, little Dortimer.
Now, settle down. Would be steel feeding in? Yes, it is. Yeah, I'm an old dog. An old hound. Okay, so that's that one done. Notice that I haven't actually turned on the rest of the blueprints around there. We've only got 2 sort of running to make cubes at the moment. This one we actually did have the output set up by the looks of it. Oh, we did it a different way though. That's interesting. Oh, that looks neater. I should do it that way.
Ada said no.
Actually, this is not going through the hole. That's why this was different from the other one. So, well, I could do it that way. I think I will do it closer to what the other way is. That is the right input. Line that up. Can Ada be bribed? Well, Ada can be bribed for some redeem points, apparently. Sure. Okay, so that's not connected. That is very wrong. Thing is, if I aim there, I'm hitting this. Whoa! Brass! I need to put more cooldowns in my redeems, don't I? That's better. The power outage one will make me jump more than the Stinger one at this location. Especially doing this, wiring up this stuff. Yeah, we might get a real trip tonight. I'm tempted to turn it all on just to test the batteries and how long the batteries last. I suspect they wouldn't last long. You can only do that another 64,000 times, 64 times. Well, you overdo it, I'm going to get immune to it. I think I'm getting a little immune to the Stinger one. Especially since there's not really many around here. This is the last one of these to be wired up, and then we can move on to the next bit, which will probably be roofs. Or perhaps the middle storage area. But probably roofs first. Maybe I should set that as my alarm clock in the morning. I do not want to wake screaming in the morning, thank you. Well, there has been occasions we've woken in the middle of the night to have the power go out, so I guess it's not completely out of the question of it happening. Now, I should attach the wire at the bottom. It's probably easier to get this one. Oh, this one's nice and close to the ground. Ooh, there is no point. Maybe we did this side. Do I want it to be center? I think I want to go with the center point. It's about there. About there. Phew. And smoke coming out the top. It's a good sign that it's alive. You know, I was going to do the roof next, but we kind of have a glut of resources here, so maybe I should look at doing some awesome sinkage first of this materials. Okay, so given this rock has made this side a bit more compact, we've got more room over here for awesome sinkage. Obviously the control room needs to be in the center. Do I have a center point? I don't actually have a center point here. That pot of junk. A pot of all the excess stuff that didn't fit in my inventory when I deleted crap. Oh, so much crap. I can delete almost everything. Unfortunately, I can't move all into the bin, I don't think. No, I can't. I can't move across to there, so I have to drag these one at a time, unfortunately. Almost there. I mean, I don't need all that rubber, technically. It's less useless than the other stuff.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Please seek shelter. It's a good idea. Okay, so what's useful over here? Pipes can be useful, and there's not too many of them in here. Screws I don't care about. Beams are very useful. Actually, how I ran out of beams. Okay, no, I do have more beams. I had more beams than that before, though. Concrete is always useful. But everything else is probably... Actually, those plates, I did run out of those once, so let's grab a few of those. I'm going to remove all. Bam, gone. Okay, so we'll probably have excess product maybe come from a conveyor through that gap there. When that's pushed back by the miner, so that gap there is probably the best place to bring stuff back through. And then we can chuck it in an awesome sink here, and then we'll put storage and stuff up here. Put the coke in the bin. All the coke's in the bin. All the leftover coke anyway. So I'm going to take a break here for a couple of minutes and have another drink and a bit of a stretch, and I will be back in a few minutes. Thanks for watching.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, we are back in the beautiful-ish desert canyon. That rock background is actually pretty cool. I don't know if I've actually stopped to admire it as a backdrop behind the factory from looking out. And you can see the Titan Forest in the distance there with our computer factory. That big building over there is making the crystal oscillators. And every time I look that direction, I can see I've missed a couple of windows at the top. So I really should go fill out those windows so I can stop stop getting triggered by them. So yeah, we got the Dune Desert over there. We are making heavy modular frames. We have pretty much finished the functional factory build. We have things mostly wired up. We haven't turned everything on yet because we probably don't have enough power to. It is pretty, isn't it? Quite a lot of detail in the background. So we need to build a place for the frames to go because currently they're just going in a loop, and as you can see, they've actually frozen the belt. So this belt is just looping around full of heavy modular frames and not going anywhere, and it is now chockers full and not going anywhere. So we do need to send them off to a storage and into the depot, but we also will have a problem in that these blueprints here make rubber and steel, but we needed 11.25 blueprints worth of this, and we have 12. And even internally in the blueprint, it's not a perfect balance outputting steel and rubber. So we're going to have an excess of steel and rubber that is also going to clog up the system, and then there'll be a backflow and these will jam and the whole thing will grind to a halt. So we need to use the good old awesome sink to deal with any excess that we have as well. So this is a good space, I think, to chuck an awesome sink, because if we look around the other sides, there's less space on the other sides for various obstacle reasons. So, I mean, that's not too bad, but it's kind of... I mean, that's got the train station, so... But this has the wet concrete over there, so probably this sort of area is a better place to put it. And I might see if I can split stuff off over from this point here and bring it across this way here, because there's kind of a gap there. So this is a hexagon, but there are corners chopped off. So sort of this line here, actually wrong soup. Oops. So that'll be a center point coming across there. It doesn't quite fit, but I might just put this as like a guide to where things will run. How do I want to do this? So we need rubber, which is this one. We need frames, which is the top one. And we need steel, which is this one down here. It would be cool to run them across and keep this height of this pole. I'm wondering if I can kind of reverse the pole and then use smart splitters on them. Actually, let's put a foundation up here so we've got something to stand on, because it's these two top ones that are going to be the tricky ones. Let's do it the other side here. Basically, we need a smart splitter on these two belts. So at this point here, do I just delete the whole blueprint? Not yet. Let's actually get out our smart splitter first. Now, is that going to line up nicely, or is the pole going to shift things around to be kind of weird? Actually, that does look about right. Slightly off, but I think that's pole shenanigans. Got a half meter dodge. Nope. I think it's because these wall brackets are not an exact distance. I had this problem elsewhere trying to use these as a precise measurement point, and they did not work particularly well. So that's also too low. Is that too high? No, I think these fat conveyors just hang out the bottom. So we delete that and rebuild it. We want Mark IV and we want curved. See, that's snapping to the support and that's snapping to the splitter. So it does move slightly. Maybe I should delete that support. I mean, it's going to get in the way. At least the height wasn't changing. We saw when we did it that the height was still okay. Let's get rid of these old wall mounts. Because basically we're going to want coming out that way. So we want any out the front and the overflow off to the left. So basically, actually, heavy frames. If I say overflow and keep it running, it will mean that the belt should continuously move full of frames, which could look cool, but it might slow the output a little bit. Oh, we'll find out, But definitely this one here, the rubber needs to be an overflow only. We do need to keep the loop going because we don't want one to be starved just because we cut this off. So let's go 1 meter. I think I'll actually delete these. No, not you two. And do this as a 1 meter, but we'll do it at the height of the steel, because the steel needs to come off here. And this is a bit pokey, because basically we need a smart splitter there. Take the excess steel off. I missed the splitter. Fine, I'll just pick it out of the menu like a normal person. There we go, smart splitter. You know, this splitter here is a splitter. So why don't we just replace that splitter with a smart splitter? And then we say any to the right, because we do want that to have there, and then this one would be the overflow. So we still get the normal splitter action, but any excess comes off here. You know what? Maybe curve would look better. Not like that. So if I zoom this out here, that should start flowing freely again because the excess will be taken off. Theoretically. Or not. What have I stuffed up? Making a coffee at 10:30 p.m? You're not sleeping. Unless you're very ADHD, in which case you sleep fine. It's not connected properly. Oh, did I not rebuild this one? Maybe I didn't rebuild these. That's possible. That's still not connected. What's it connecting to? I deleted the thing. The thing should not be there. What's it connecting to? There's nothing. Any overflow. Just had hot chocolate. Hot chocolate is a good sleepy drink. How did your D&D go, Russ? Did you have any artificers? Or are you still working on the artificer class? Okay, now they're flowing through. That's better. I mean, Mark IV is way overkill, although having them all zip around the edge like this is pretty cool. It helps you sleep. Ha, fair enough. Okay, so are these properly connected in? Yeah, see now that's connected to the splitter rather than in the middle. That's connected to the splitter, and that's connected to the splitter. So this should have excess rubber. Carla's character died. Oh no! Was Aldo the one who was left on death points at the previous campaign? Yeah, death saves. You know what I mean. Hey, Now that's interesting because that will allow me to make this a 12-sided dodecagon if I do want to go that way. There was one who was on the saves last time. Yeah. Well, as our GM likes to say, the dice tell its story. So what was Aldo's old character? I've zooped these out from there, so these should, I thought, line up. That's not very lined up. Okay, that half nudge looks about right, but why would there be a half nudge? Oh! Did I snap these to the pillar? Did I make the classic blunder of doing a pillar snap? That might have thrown it off. No, but I just took that from the bottom. No, I didn't take it from the bottom. I didn't. Yes, I did. Yeah, that's weird. Because that looks equal, but that's a half nudge. I swear I did not half nudge these middle ones. Very confusing. Ah, this is a 4 wide. Would that make a difference? Maybe. Maybe it would take a difference. Coffee has been made, might fall asleep. No problem, the dog. No one was rolling above 10. Yeah, that's we've had sessions like that. That's how we almost lost to the cosmic horror. Was it a good death, or was it an amusing death, or was it an annoying death? Classic blunder of a pillar snap rather than a landward Asia. Yes. You know, now I'm paranoid that this is actually not lining up. I mean, it looks equal. And that's about 20 centimeters there. It's not lined up. I think I'm going to have to find another way to find the midpoint to make this, if I want it hexagonal. Or I could just ignore it, because ultimately what I care about is, do I want the container aligned on the point? A little 4 meter. Okay, it is actually going to need more than just 2 across. So let's scrap that. Scrap that. Actually, what we need to do is go 3 across. And then figure out how far out these need to go for the points to match up. He argued he was getting hit with an unarmed strike, and I was like, okay. I told them that the next new PC will get a +2 to add to their stats if they go straight SRD for their build. Ooh. One, 2. That's pretty close. Basically, I'm trying to find where the edge points meet up to be able to do a semi circle around here. So nudge it out 2 meters, across 2. That's kind of lined up. Like that. Nudge out 2, across 2. I'm trying to find a hexagonal office space perimeter here. 1, 2, across 2. What did I just delete then? I thought it was just that. Are there two on top of each other, or did I just delete something randomly off in the distance? I don't know. So they actually should be lined up in the right spot there. Like that. And that covers the hole, good. A lot of overlap here. I could probably optimize this so there's less overlap. There is a bit of Z fighting going on there. Although I don't know if we're going to escape that completely. It's about 20 minutes away. Cool. Well, plus dishing time and such. So, awesome sinks are huge buggers. It's usually good to hide them away. So this platform certainly won't do because it's going to stick up into my office space and my storage space. So we do want to drop this awesome sink down. Maybe all the way to this lower level here. I'm going to use this as the platform angle. Better or for worse. Whoa! Would be helpful if I didn't fall off the edge. So that's if we line it up with the middle. That will miss that bit, so that's good. But if we're we got a vertical merger. We could do a vertical merger. Vertical mergers are totally not buggy, are they? We could totally do a vertical merger. Except I think I want to merge them the other way around, so maybe I just reverse this and face it the other direction, because otherwise it's going to interrupt with my office space. We can't have that. So the top one would be I mean, it'd be there, but upwards. A vast Mongolian lamb, honey, chili, chicken, satay, vegetables. Yay! And leftovers for work. Yay! Well, you dish up a few leftovers in leftover containers, and I shall take one to work on Monday. This is Mark 4, this is Mark 4. Mark 4. And now we get the fun vertical merger. Which are still not fixed in 1.2. I'll stop talking about them when they're fixed. So message your local coffee stain representative and ask them to fix what? And this is why. It's half a meter out is what's wrong. Because when you drop a lift down from a hole, the offset is off by half a meter when you attach a vertical merger or splitter. Now we have to jump through hoops to actually get it right. So what we do is we start with the Mark IV, but instead of attaching it to here, we nudge it into place, which means it won't actually connect, but it'll be in the right position. And then we go up to the hole. Now if we attach the merger, it should be in the right place, I think, I hope. Nope, that's still wrong. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, placeholder lift, not attached but in the right position. We go beyond the hole to the moon, Alice. See if this works. That's correct. Now we delete this bit. And we need to go from here up to here. And it's going to turn it around, and there's nothing I can do about that, but you know what? It's actually connected. And now I can rebuild this half to connect everything here like this. Except that won't, because it's out by half a meter. Okay. So let's put a hole mysteriously floating. Why can't I put a hole? Wow, it's clipping with the. That's an odd clip. Try the other way around. Can we put this down first? You know what, we can probably put it just there. And it'll be ugly. But at least then it'll be lined up properly. So we should be able to go from there into the hole. and then from the hole down, and that's lined up. So we're having to use holes to force it to align properly, otherwise we get everything out by half a meter and nothing works. But that should hopefully merge. Where's the power connector? Down that side. Okay, we've got a handy point we can connect it to. I have a lot of coupons I can print. Oh! Really? Trying to make me jump tonight, aren't you? Ooh. I need to put a cooldown on that. That's very black. Let's make it a bit bolder. Okay, so it is actually merging, which is good. And this is hopefully going to merge all the excess and none of the... I mean, there's going to be a lot of excess because 2/3 of the machinery is turned off. But we're producing a lot of steel. So this is going to take a while to level out. But after time, we should have all these inner machines running properly. Okay. Okay. Okay, ads are still 27 minutes away. Cool, this is good timing. Right, next we want to actually put the leftover frames into storage, although we actually need these connected to the sink as well. So we're going to have to do another merge trick there. But we also need this in a storage bin. So let's get a storage bin going. We actually need a depot as well because we want to keep load these up so we can access them from anywhere, anytime. Danish D, oi, Satisfactory VR looks cool until the spiders. Yeah, the spiders are a bit intense in VR. Hello, hello, welcome to the stream. How are you going, Danish? Danish D. So I'm going to line this up with our supply coming in. But I really need to figure out heights. This can go lower. There's no problem with having this.
Hey, Lacris
lower.
just followed you.
Oh, thank you very much for the follow. Lacris. Thank you. So there'll be storage somewhere around there. I think I need to figure out more what I'm doing with the style of this area before I get too attached to storage. I want an office that kind of shows off the factory floor.
Chinese is here.
Dinner is here, cool. So we want lots of glass. Now if I put it around the edge, it's not going to meet up in the corners. I mean, I could bring it in. That's going to make a pretty small office floor, though. Yeah, that's getting a little close to the machinery if I put that there as well. This is not going to line up nicely. Can I use the power of beams to get something? Well, that's not very useful. I want it to be an exact snap, thank you. So that's effectively doing a cross beam with the angle that is between these two angles. I could actually just put one of those on there like that. So if I nudge that across by 4 and then back by 4, and then put one of these. Oh, that's actually snapping to the beam. I didn't need the support. All I needed to do was nudge that across by 4. By 4 and down by 2. That's not exact. That is a very rough approximation, but it is actually a pretty decent approximation. That might actually be acceptable, I think. Whoa! It is a little close to the machines, so I do wonder if I need to bring this in a bit further. But I do kind of like the effect that that has. That's a pretty decent corner. And it is only these machines that are too close, so I could actually just make these solid and everything else glass. Oops. Okay, and this corner will be special. That actually, this actually mirrors the outside, because the outside is 13 across and then a corner of 4 and then 13, 4 and 13, 4. So this being 3 across and then 1 actually mirrors the outside layout. So that's actually a bonus that I didn't think of at the time. Below Zero soundtrack. Subnautica 2, I confession time, I haven't finished Subnautica 1 yet. But I do really like the Below Zero soundtrack. Subnautica 2 is an interesting... Like, I've been following all the drama around Subnautica 2, where Craft on the parent company promised the devs a lot of money if they shipped on time by a certain time, and then asked ChatGPT how they could get out of the deal, which is a little amusing and a little scary. So yes, if you're a CEO, maybe don't ask ChatGPT how you can get out of a $150 million deal. I think it was 150. Subnautica 2 does look very shiny though. I am looking forward to it, but I hope, like, I don't think there's any official plans to have Subnautica 2 in VR, which is a shame, because Subnautica 1 in VR is excellent. At least with not the original VR support, that was a bit janky, but there's an extra mod for Subnautica 1 that adds full 6-off motion control support. $250 million bonus, that was the one, was it? The parent company got screwed. Yes, the judge said, you stupid fools. So now they've got longer to meet that target, and there may be extra penalties for the stupid CEO. who tried to swindle them. Just realised that black beam is still there.
Hey, Danish D just followed you.
Oh, thank you for the follow. So yes, I'm hoping that the game is actually good, because it's sort of been distracted by all the drama that's going on. So hopefully, it certainly looks shiny from what I've seen of the footage. As I really should finish playing Subnautica 1 sometime. But yeah, good soundtrack. Yes, Ada is here too. Ada helps me run my channel. I hope they don't put on the DLSS 5 filter. It's like DLSS 4 is magic, and DLSS 4 makes it possible to run games like this in VR, because this game was never designed performance-wise with VR in mind. And so it runs pretty terribly because VR is very high performance required. So in the headset, I am running with a vertical res of, I think, 2500p. Now it's square, not widescreen, but it needs to render everything twice at 2500p. And it needs to hit at least 60 frames a second. And the only reason it's 60 is okay is because I have a frame doubler. Ideally, you want a 90 frames a second solid frame rate in VR for smooth, because if the frame rate is low in VR, then you end up with bath trains. Reeful Leviathan looks like Kim Kardashian. Yeah. Yeah, that was yeah, DLSS 5 looks like a shocker. I mean, they say that in the hands of the devs can tune it to do things, and it looks like it could potentially do interesting things to enhance backgrounds. But yeah, what it does to humans and faces is an abomination. So I think I might have kind of like a little sub-platform here. Probably can delete some of what's layered under there, maybe. I don't know. There's going to be a lot of overlap there. Okay. I'm hearing the call of dinner in the distance, so I'll just put these down and then I'll be taking a break. So if you've just joined us recently, we are making heavy modular frames in the, what's it called? Desert canyons. Which is near the Titan Forest. Nope. Excuse me. Just building this backwards here. Oh, got a bit of tickle in my throat. Sorry about that. So this is our heavy modular frame output. Oops. So all the excess frames will filter down here into this storage container. We have a nice big container here, but currently they are all flooding down into the dimensional depot down the bottom, which means they are showing up in our dimensional depot inventory here. So that will take a while to fill. But we're now sinking the excess plastic and rubber and steel. And the frames, we still have our merry-go-round of frames that is running around the entire perimeter of the factory. But basically, once that gets full, the overflow is now going into storage, which effectively means that every time one of these manufacturers spits out another heavy frame, it's going to come down here and filter into the middle there. So I'm going to take a break now and have a quick break for dinner. After the break, I'll continue sort of setting up this office space, I think. And then maybe we'll get to actually putting the roof lines, which I keep mentioning and then not getting to, across the front. King Max 014, hello, welcome. You're just in time for me to take a break. It is, what time is it here? It is 8:48 p.m. here, so it's quite late on the west coast of Australia. I'm having a late dinner, and then we'll be back to continue the build after the break. Thanks very much for watching. Smile for the camera, doggies. G'day everyone, my name's Dortimer. I'm here with a quick guide to the recent update for UEVR enhancements, the Satisfactory VR mod. I recently released version 1.0.3, which added a few new small features that may not be completely obvious when you first load up. So this is a guide to quickly go over those and give you a bit of a demo of what they are. So the first enhancement is adding a build HUD to the heads-up display to help people while they're building. Now, I'm a big fan of zero HUD in VR, which is why by default you don't get anything. And usually all the information you need is on these wrist menus here. So if you're wondering about controls, for example, all of these actions here, it actually tells you what the controls are right there. There's also hints on the back of the wrists that tell you what controls do what, and these will change based on what build mode you're in. So if I press the lower left button there to get into dismantle mode, you can see the options on the back change, and the menu here changes to say I'm in dismantle mode. So similarly, if I'm building, the icons will change. It'll go into build mode here and it'll tell you all about what you're building. If you change mode, it's all shown right here. But a lot of people, including myself, just tend to have their hands by their side and they're just pressing buttons and they're wondering what's going on because there's not really any feedback right in front of you. So to help beginners and also to help advanced people, I've added a build HUD. So this is on by default. I've turned it off for this intro, but it can be changed either to on or off over here. So there's this new option to show build state in HUD. By default, this will be on while building. You can have it so it only shows when you have the full HUD active. This is when you hold your hand to the side of your head and press script to toggle the HUD. Or you can turn it off completely if you really don't want it. But by default, it's on while building, and I think this is a good setting for new people, but also, like even me who's got, many hundreds of hours in VR, it's actually a useful new tool. So now, if I press that button on the left to go into dismantle mode, there's now a pop-up on the interface that says, hey, you're in dismantle mode. So it's a bit of instant feedback to say what you're currently doing. So if I start building, it'll show you I'm in build mode. I've actually got Zoop turned on at the moment. So if I turn Zoop off, that's shown. So the information shown is showing the minimum information possible. But if there's any custom setting like Zoop mode or anything like that, that will show up on the interface here. If I press the top left button to enter nudge mode, you can see the HUD changes to show nudge. I should make that say lock because not everything can be nudged, but everything locks, and I'll probably do that in a new update. But for now it says nudge, and basically means it's locked. So now you're in nudge mode and you can nudge things around. Okay, that leads us to the next new feature, which is a new way to rotate buildings when you're building something. So let me just come in here and let's say we're building a constructor. And it's like, well, I don't want it this way around. I want the entry point on the right and the output on the left. So there's a number of different ways you can rotate buildings. The first and oldest way is shown on the menu here, which is the right stick and you press down. So when you press down on the right stick, it shows this little indicator of how you can rotate. So then as you rotate things, you can see for each nudge it rotates around one click. So to rotate it from this way to the other way, nope, not that way, come back like there, and now it's rotated the right way around. In 1.0 we added radial menus, and so another way to rotate was using the top left button on the left controller. So if you hold this button, you now get a radial menu, which is a lot more intuitive and easier to use for most rotations. So it's very easy, you just pick whatever you want. So if I want this reversed around the other way, I know that I can just hold that button down, move my hand up to the top, which is 180 degrees, and now we're rotated the other way around. Now the new method is both more complicated and simpler. So first, see how I've got the snap icon on the left hand there? If I hold that button down, I'm in snap mode, but I also have this new hint that says I can rotate by pressing left and right. So I can just go over here and press left twice and I've rotated, or I can press right twice and I've rotated. So no accidentally rotating more or less than you want. Like if I hold left, it just does one rotate, that's it. So you can very precisely rotate exactly how much you want. So let me just put this down here. So this is great for things like even things that don't have a snap mode. For example, if I'm putting a lift down, lifts don't have snap. But if I was building here like this, and it's like, well, that output is in the wrong way. I can hold snap even though lifts don't have a snap mode, and then I can use that left and right to rotate things around. So it's really useful, you know, if you're putting down conveyor splitters. Let's put one down at the front. Actually, let's put a merger down. So let's go merger, and it's like, well, that's the wrong way around. I can hold down snap, press across, and usually I will lock it into place and nudge it to where I want. But I can very easily hold that snap button and rotate it around. So this works for putting down foundations as well. So by normal, if you use this R down menu, you can rotate 45 degrees. And if I use the rotate menu here, it will do 45 degrees. But the problem is if I hold snap down, it's not 45 degrees, it's actually 5 degrees, because this actually does have a snap mode that affects the rotation, which is really good if you want to rotate something by 5 degrees. You know, if you're trying to get that precise thing. So let me just reset it back to the start. So say I'm here and I want to go 15 degrees, I just go left 15. I can lock it in place to make sure it's in the right place. Yeah, looks good. Build it. Oops, done. But what if I want to do 45 degrees, but I don't want snap mode on? Well, what you can do is you can hold rotate, and as you can see on the HUD up there, it says now I can
Incoming
rotate,
propaganda broadcast detected.
but because I'm not in snap
Please seek
mode,
shelter.
the left stick, right stick rotation is 45 degrees. So I can still rotate with the radial menu here. So it's a good idea to just load it and then move your hand lower down. So if you're in here, you'll change angle very easily. But if you move your hands off to the side, it takes a lot bigger motion to hold it. So hand straight down, and then you can use your right stick to rotate about 45 degrees. So the third new feature in the mod is support for photo mode. So you can get to photo mode a few different ways. First way is through this little icon on your left panel here. If you can't remember that or you're not sure, under the info panel there's a big photo button here. And when you click on this, this will now go into the Satisfactory photo mode. So you can look around, and the viewfinder is not exactly the same as what you'll take a photo of because the camera in VR is different from the camera of the game. But I can just look around and I can use right trigger. So down the bottom there, right trigger will take a photo. So it's like, that's a nice constructor. Let's take a photo there. And so we can just look around very easily and take photos. And we can use all the settings. So if we wanted to change this, and let's go into outline mode. Actually, let's not quite go in outline mode yet. Let's change some settings here, just some really random settings like this. Then you can look and say, well, there's a portal over there. Let's take a photo of that in this mode there. And there's a bean. Hello, bean. Now, the other great thing about this is you can also use decoupled camera mode. So you press the top left button, or the Y button here, and now I am in decoupled mode, and I can fly around like this outside of my body. So let me just open the settings, and I'm going to reset there, so we're on basic settings. And then I'm going to fly over here to these doggos and take some nice natural shots of the doggos in their environment. And my shadows are going a bit odd there. Smell for the camera, doggies. Let's go over here. Yeah, let's not bother with the bean. Bean's just doing something to that van over there. But you can also do poses for your Pioneer. And why is my shadow mode going Burko? So let's come in here and Pioneer. Let's do a pose. And let's go look into the camera. It's like, yeah, whoops, okay, exited camera mode. No, my mistake. Let's try that again. So I've got follow camera on, so wherever I'm looking, the Pioneer will look around and follow as I take photos. It doesn't go too far, obviously. But it's the same as the normal flat mode. It's just now you can do all your photography, or most of your photography, in VR. And also, as I alluded to before, you can also change these image settings. So if you want, you can go to something like outline mode or crosshash or VHS. You can take photos of a bean in VHS mode. Or what else we got? Now, some of these look great in VR and some of them look terrible in VR. But you can do, like, what we got? Noir mode. Noir mode's pretty good. And then you can turn the settings off. You can actually press A to hide, B to hide the user interface. So you've got full HUD gone, and then you can fly around in Noir mode, which is interesting because it still has a bit of red. That's just, and then you can take a noir shot of the majestic bean standing on the control panel. It's interesting how just red bleeds through. I wonder if that's intentional of the noir effect. So that is the UEVR enhancements version 1.0.3 update. Hope this was useful. Thanks very much, and I'll see you in the next video.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
How's that for good timing? Just as the ad break's finished. I have finished my dinner. Yes, welcome King Maxo and Danish Tea before the dinner break. Now we are in this desert canyon. We are building a heavy modular frames factory, which is using oil and all the recipes that use screws to make heavy modular frames. So this little factory is going to be making 22.5 frames per minute once everything's turned on. Not everything's turned on yet because we're a bit short on power, so we're taking a bit of a break to focus on a bit more architecture and make sure our logistics is set up. So we now have some storage for our frames, and we have some overflows into the sink for some extra byproducts that are going to be basically this blueprint down here is making the steel and the rubber, but there's 12 of these blueprints, but we need 11.25 to make enough to run everything, and 2/3 isn't actually turned on. So there's a lot of excess rubber and steel being sunk at the moment. Thanks, Russ. So I do actually need an overflow of this to go into the sink once this container is full. But I think I shall worry about that later, because it should take... Look, we're still filling up the depot below, so it's going to take quite a while to fill up that, so I'm not too worried about that at the moment. And this is all just kind of... logistics is in place, but it's definitely not the final cosmetic form. But we're making a bit of an office space here and a bit of an observation deck. Not sure how I'm going to finish that off, but I definitely want more windows around the perimeter here. I won't necessarily kit this out fully at the moment, but just under architecture? No, windows are under walls, right? Yep. We've used the angled frames at the front, so maybe we stick with the angled frames. They're a little bit more solid than some of the other frames. Okay, we're on Zoop. For those who have watched for a bit, you may recognize that I kind of like my glass, non-square observation rooms. I think, well, not all my builds have them that are non-rectangular, but I think pretty much every build I have has a bit of a visual place where all the storage goes, and then we have some windows overlooking the factory and or scenery around the area. Probably don't need to have it this high, but again, I'll kind of just temporarily put this in here. And then we can have this at the top. Oops. And I'm going to do something more exciting with that area with the storage later on. We may actually need to do something similar in other ones, because longer term we're probably going to be making some other products here later on. But at the moment it is just heavy frames. How's that look if it overlaps? It's a bit janky. Well, and there's a hole there. Is that about a wall across? That might fit a wall. Nah, it's wide, much wider than a wall. I mean, if I move it out a couple of meters... I will when I get to it. Stop telling me how to build things. So yes, I could put walls around it like that. Because I kind of like having the hole in the middle. It's a good avenue for having things like hypertubes come up or something like that. But that will be a later addition. So at the moment, let's just stick some safety rails on there so that nobody falls in. Oh, no, not the diagonal nudge. Please nudge the correct way, please. That's okay. This is where we really need half walls because
you should listen to the voices in your head more.
Is that right, Ada? Everybody trusts Ada, right? Right, at least there's a safety thing to stop me accidentally falling into it while peering up and building. So as usual, I'm going to kind of leave that half finished and go work on something else. I'm curious to how much we are generating currently. Should be around 7-ish per minute, I think. Logistics. "15 minutes? I don't think so. See you, Russ. Sleep well. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you have a good day tomorrow. Good rest of the weekend. Hey, look, it's about 7 a minute. Okay. So this seems to be flowing smoothly now. I mean, the cement will continue to jerk because the cement is not... We don't do any overflow. We basically feed it in one end and it goes around. And so because 2/3 of the factory is not powered on, that's going to continue to be producing more than is consumed. That is not unexpected. And this is what it looks like from the outside. Maybe I should have made the observation room higher up. Okay, and I'm about to run out of fuel. How is our power looking now that everything... Ooh! Mmm, spicy. Mmm, very spicy. Mmm. We've got all 12 blueprints in the middle turned on. Even though the resources they're producing are not being used. Yeah, the battery is going to dip under and dip back and dip under and dip back. So I was going to turn on more sections of the factory. Maybe I won't. You like the facade? Thank you. Yeah, because we're featuring screws, I thought let's put the screws as part of the outer wall, and at night time the signs glow behind it. So let's start on some of the roofing. How are we going to cap this and make it look decent? Roof is kind of my nemesis. I'm still not great at doing roofs. But I do have a few ideas here, and they're ideas I've used before, but let's try them out and see how we go. Now, eventually I will blueprint roof caps. First, I just want to sort of experiment. So this is overhanging a meter there. So if I assume that the roof line is also a meter. Does that overlap the window? Yes, it does. That's unfortunate. Actually, it only overlaps by one. And it's... No, it doesn't overlap it by one. That's quite a bit. Okay, let's nudge that back till it lines up with that. So I need to also figure out what's happening on this corner and this flat bit here. So still quite a bit of design work to do. Okay, let's try some ramps. I don't think we want them too severe. Okay, that in itself won't be high enough to get to the top, but I'm actually okay with that. Two, three, four. I'm going to move that four, and then there's a half nudge and a half nudge. Future Proof, good evening. How are you? How's it going? So this is 1, 2, 3, 4 and a bit. So this will fit on the Mark II blueprint maker over there, which is 5 wide. So once we figure out what style we're going with, we can kind of blueprint this. I really should have done this inner one first. Where did that go? That's what I thought. It went the complete wrong direction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. No, half. We could fit a little one in here. Although not really. It's just a little. Hang on, why is that? Oh no, that's it. That's that.
Future Proof 4 just hit a 7-stream watch streak. That's impressive dedication. I have a non-dirty joke for you, apparently.
Non-dirty joke for me. Is it a streaker joke? How's everyone's Saturday going? It's going pretty good, thank you. I had a sleep study last weekend. I don't have any results yet, but I did sleep at the study, so that's good. Hopefully they will get some results to me and it'll be useful. You know, good, thanks. Just your feet are giving me time limitations. Sorry to hear that. Stupid, frail human bodies, eh? Just putting that there as something to attach to, but I might actually just move this whole lot across a couple so that it actually lines up better here. Because if I moved that across two, sorry, that's halves. If that was just like that to begin with, then we'd have a block on the end there that's solid. I don't know if I want the gap to go all the way to the edge or not. There's pros and cons either way. What was the brand new winning meal form and the victory system used in the winner of the recent 2026 Italian cooking contest? First pasta, Kate. Oh dear. It's probably easiest if this pillar continues up. That. And then that can make me fall down. Stupid jetpack. I was going to use thin signs, but I reckon if I put a beam in there, I could rotate a big sign and just use that as my back glow. Can I attach it to there? This is very drunken. Maybe I should have rethought this. Let's rethink that. Theoretically, I don't need the beam there. I just need a beam at the right angle to attach a sign to, and then I can shove it. So if I just go from there to there, that's the right angle. At an international shining competition? No, tell me about the international shoe shining competition. So this should be able to align. Doesn't it align to a beam? I thought signs align to beams. Is it pillars they align to? They shine shoes. Okay. That sounds like an anti-joke. Okay, it is pillars that align to. So now we can just shove that back in the dark place. And if this was 1.2, we could zip this sign. It's not quite lined up. Okay, it's going to be difficult to line up because of the foundation getting in the way. But if I stick it out the top a little bit, and nope, not that much. That much. Okay. Now, I'm wondering if I should make these signs a different color just to add a bit of pizzazz to it. Probably need smaller billboards at one end and bigger at another as well. That's a bit too subtle. Oh, why is that only emission strength 1? Maybe I didn't want to drown out, because this is the backing panel that was behind the conveyors. Maybe I didn't want to drown out the conveyor colour. Or maybe I need to go back and change every panel that I put in every factory. Bit bluer. Still actually looks a bit pale, even though it's like full contrast. I mean, I guess if I make it darker, is that going to make it look more blue though? I don't know if that really made a lot of difference as far as glowy signs go. Or we could try a different hue. Go more towards the blue, less the cyan. Still doesn't look much different to me. Maybe it's because the fact that it's super emissive means, like, the reflection looks super blue, like the actual glow of the sign looks blue. Maybe if I drop the emissive, maybe it looks more blue. Ah! I mean, it's still not a hugely blue sign. But maybe if we go a little bit that way. Let me just pick emissive 2. Maybe glossy. What does glossy do? Glossy's probably fine for that particular positioning. Maybe I'll delete this whole top and then put the signs in place. I feel flabbergasted as to how you get these architectural ideas just off the top of my head. I look at a lot of other people who are making similar stuff. It's the short of it. If you look on YouTube, there's lots of different people who have build ideas and different things. If you go to Reddit, you will be aghast at the level of creativity on there, and then you'll just give up because everything is so fantastic. So yeah, I'm fairly amateurish compared to a lot of people out there. We don't want that sticking out the window, we need to pull that back. See, if you overlap the signs slightly, it gets rid of the seam, so there's no seam. This end is going to be a problem. I feel I need something like a half brick to cap it. What have we got? Half foundation. Actually, you probably want it the other way around. It does actually make a difference. Getting headaches. I bothered a lot in your office. You turned off your smart light bulb, but replaced it with a floor lamp, and the headache went away. Ah, okay, this is a serious thing, not a joke. Then I followed ChatGPT's advice and configured your dual monitors to match darker, warmer, and 120 Hz. Another PWM reducing settings, moved your Wi-Fi to hallway and unplugged HomePods. Problem solved. Cool. And asking ChatGPT for games advice is very aware and very highly. Oh, it does like my Satisfactory mod, does it? Should I be honoured then if ChatGPT likes my mod? Hey, live open Mike. Good morning. Good morning. Too early. Yes, probably is too early, Mike. But I appreciate you popping by. How are you today? Yeah, I think that could work as a cap. Not sure what I'm going to put in the middle, but for something on the sides, this is still sticking out the bottom though, so I need to move that sign that's in there up a bit. And coffee. I would if I could. I've had a big nice coffee earlier. Oily instead of early. Ah, right. You're a bit oily, are you, Gov? So nudge that in like that. I could put a similar cap on top, or maybe just a straight line on top. Maybe this is just a rise up and then a Cylon style line across the top, and then dip down the other side. Okay, so size wise, how wide is this? I think we did this to about there. That's 36 meters across. Actually, how far is it to the beam there? 33 meters. So we have 33 meters, then 2 of these. So we start with a cap on there. So we want to start assembling this on a blueprint maker so that we can replicate it, because I'm not manually creating this 12 times. Okay, so that's there. Let's get out our ruler. 33 meters across. Is there, so let's just build that there. And then we can grab one of these. And that was that flush with the front? Or was it back a meter? I think it was actually flush with the front. Go check. No, it's forward 1 meter. This is actually back 1 meter. Okay, that's okay. So this is still flush with the front, but what we build elsewhere needs to be back a meter. I do like building with odd shapes just because it's more interesting than normal shapes. I do have some rectangular buildings, but this is not. I have many hours in this game, and so for this playthrough, I'm trying to do stuff that's a little bit non-standard. So I'm trying to avoid the old box factory. Okay, admittedly, I have done hexagon factories before. In fact, I have done a hexagon heavy frames factory in my family playthrough. Or was that an octagon? Can you remember a Zuran? Pretty sure it was a hexagon. It was nowhere near as big as this, though. This is yeah, it was Bestagon Station, was the train station where the hexagons factory was that was making the heavy modular frames. So this doesn't need to go all the way to the edge, doesn't need to overlap. So overlapping to theirs, okay. Now, these edge ones we had all the way to the edge. So let's build the top one first. It's probably easier to build the top one first and then do the one that's lower down afterwards. Exactly. Hexagons are the bestigons. They even added hexagon windows to the game. Yeah, we're still going to need that half the one on the edge here. I could make this angle more extreme. I could go up steeper, but I kind of like it as a shallow angle like this. And then we've got another layer. Put it there. I should just be able to nudge it down. And there was an itty bitty little one in here. Kind of almost not worth putting in. Actually, this is bigger. Have I ever done it differently? No? I need to cross-reference. Hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4. Half up. Here we go. Mike, did you give the open kneeboard another shot? Did you get it working? One, two. It's kind of the same. Something looks different though. Very odd. It looks like it's different on the Blueprint Maker. I guess we will find out. Basically, once I've done this, I'll build it on top and we can do a side-by-side comparison. Oh good, there is a gap at the front, so I can, now that I've just lost that sign, probably enough of a reference to snap the sign onto. Okay, got it. Technically that's upside down. Not that it matters, but let's turn it the right way. Okay, so down and across. Up a little bit. That's going to be sticking out a little bit. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, it doesn't want to do where the positioning I want. But if I attach that sign there, when I attach the other sign next to it, I have much finer height control. So I can bring it down to there and then nudge it across so it is in that position. And it's a bit dark here. Oh, I didn't nudge it backwards. Let's optimistically take that out because we shouldn't need it anymore. My flashlight is on, but it's a very dark material. I mean, I could just do a half nudge back, but I think a full meter back gives it a bit more depth. And this is the problem, trying to line this on here. So I'm actually going to chop this roof off because it'll be much easier to snap these signs. I can see the tops. The other one only had 2 stripes and a little bit of blue, whereas this one's got a lot more blue. Did I measure wrong? What do you call it when the military takes over the government using only excrement-containing weaponry? Bit deal. Trump government? No, sorry, no politics talk here. A coup d'etat. Oh. That was more tasteful than the answers I had. And that's saying something. Yeah. HMF slide. I really need to do subcategories for this features category because this feature category is getting huge with all the random architectural crap I've made. I want the shiny one. Where's the shiny one? Shiny ones are here. It's that one. I was going to print it and build it as is to compare it because I think it's different. And I'm not figuring out exactly why. It's like that one over there is too wide or something. Actually, I didn't put a roof on it either. Oh well. Architecture. Okay, so that's lined up. Ah, I think I see it. The side there goes a meter lower. This meter here is actually 1 up.
The one, the only, Benjamin is here.
Benjamin is here? Hey Benjamin, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. The one and only, hey? So yeah, the problem is that the blueprint over there is 1 meter out of alignment. This bottom row across here should have been 2 meters instead of 1. Is that... The question is, do I care or am I happy with the new way of its fitting? Let's try sticking it on a building and see how it looks. Actually, yeah, let's try it. Now, if I stick it here, it's going to be really crappy snappied, so I probably want to snap it to the front and then move it up from there. Yeah, see, the problem is this doesn't go up. Oh, we just need to make that beam one up higher, actually. You know, that is how it will be. Except with this on here. That's how it will be. So basically this whole thing has an extra meter on top of it. I think that's okay though. It's a case of, do I want a third blue line in there, or do I want to restrict it to just what we've got? Have to go in something like that. You've actually been meaning to consult my favourite Australian rather than looking this up on my own. Should I be making turbo fuel rather than any other fuel? Since I'm doing an elongated phase 3. I'm trying to remember when you unlock rocket fuel. Rocket fuel requires aluminium, which is phase 4. So what I have done in the past is I have made turbo fuel power stations, and then later I've converted them to rocket fuel. Now, some people say you should skip turbo fuel and go straight to rocket fuel, but that involves you being organized earlier, and I don't think you can get that until phase 4. So if you can make turbo fuel now at phase 3, but you need blenders. You need blenders to make turbo fuel, don't you? I almost prefer just the 2 lines of the one on the other side. I mean, there'll be a little bit of a third blue in there. Let's put the third blue in there and see how it looks. It's going to be an odd shape. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that turbo fuel requires blenders. You think you do, that's why I'm consulting a fuel what I should be doing. So phase 3, probably your best bet is diluted fuel. So there are definitely alternate recipes for fuel that make things a lot more efficient. I think I prefer this style to the one around the corner. Let me just check around the corner. So there are some must-have fuel and plastics recipes that can save you so many resources. Like, I think it was literally 6 times more efficient to use certain diluted fuel, residual, I can't remember the name of it. Recycled plastic and recycled rubber can save you a huge amount of resources, but especially for fuel, diluted fuel is amazing. Now, if you're in phase 3, again, because you don't have blenders, there's 2 diluted fuel recipes. One of them is diluted fuel, which requires a blender, and one of them is diluted packaged fuel. And diluted packaged fuel it's effectively the same recipe, but instead of using blenders, it uses a refiner, and then you need to package and unpackage the fuel, but you can do that in a loop. I have saved this blueprint, so let me clear it, and I'll show you my diluted fuel blueprint. I've been meaning to make a separate video of my diluted fuel and plastic and rubber setup just of the recipes, because it's a staple that can save you a ton of resources. So recycled plastic, diluted fuel. I think these are both similar, but they have different architecture attached. I do have a YouTube, yes. In fact, I'm streaming on YouTube right now, but I haven't released any video about diluted fuel and plastic and rubber yet. But this is my blueprint for diluted fuel. So the input of this is oil and water, and it outputs liquid fuel. So what this is first one here is an alternate recipe for heavy oil residue. So this takes crude oil and directly, efficiently turns it into heavy oil residue. You do get polymer resin spat out here. Just send this to an awesome sink. I mean, you can turn it into plastic and rubber if you want, but that just goes to a sink. The heavy oil residue comes into the other refiner. Actually, it might be what gets packaged. No, the water gets packaged. This is the diluted packaged fuel recipe. It takes in heavy oil residue and packaged water and outputs packaged fuel. So you need to package the water. This will turn it into packaged fuel, and then you can unpackage the fuel. So this packager over here is taking in water and it's packaging it. And then this one here takes in the packaged fuel, unpackages it, and outputs the fuel. And the empty canisters are basically recycled. So this recipe here has this blueprint here has 25 empty canisters, and they just go in a loop. There's no needing to create packages or anything like that. The same canisters get used round and round. So basically, you input water and oil, and you get out fuel. And this recipe here is very, very efficient for making a lot of fuel on the cheap with just a bit of residue and water. So basically you're turning 30 oil into 60 fuel, and with a bit of adding water. Mixing water to oil, who knew? Thank you. Yeah, it's Dortimer's Hobbies is my YouTube channel. Although you might see some messages in the chats because I am streaming to there as well. Actually, if you just search Satisfactory VR on YouTube, you should actually find this very stream going. But yes, highly recommend packaged diluted fuel as a phase 3 fuel source. Once you hit phase 4, then you can get blenders, and you can get there's a blended diluted fuel that just uses a blender, and then you can get your turbo fuel, because turbo fuel does need a blender. So we decided we preferred the other style, and I think all we need to do that style is raise up this bottom diameter. I could just make it a 2 meter. That would clip more into the building though, so maybe I am playing it safe and made it 1 meter. And then these... I didn't raise it up. You idiot. After all that. What was it? You know what? I'm going to reload the blueprint. That was a mess. Load. One, two, three. Four. So this 1 meter should be on top there. Probably doesn't matter if it goes down an extra meter, but...
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Okay, so now this one goes on top here. Oh, I don't think I'm... I don't need that bit. Maybe I do leave that bit in there just for a teeny tiny... But that sign is not going to be big enough to cover that full hole, unfortunately. Actually, that's not even filling that hole. What other size signs do we have? I think these are small billboards. How big's a big one? Whoa, big one is too big. Okay. Menu! No, run out of good fuel.
Phrasing.
Which bit was that about? I don't think it was about filling holes, was it? The big one is too big. Yes, it is too big. How much overlap is this one down here? I can move that one forward. That means moving all of them forward. Okay, I think the hole is full, so they say. Someone remind me to take an ad break in a few minutes. I like overlapping them just a little bit, that way it hides the seam. That's better. And I just need a 2 whole signs to fill that gap. Do you reckon anyone would notice that tiny little bit there isn't glowing? I can go a smidge further, actually. Nope. Get a hole that side if I do that. Let's be pedantic. I reckon a 1 meter by 1 meter will do it. Probably. No.
I admire your optimism, Dippy VR, but
Hey,
you only get a
Dippy!
participation award this time round. Realm of Russ was the winner. In fact, you were in position 15. Better luck
Realm of
next
Rust was the
time.
winner.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Come on, I thought I had another minute. Oh well, guess I'm taking an ad break now. Be back in a couple of minutes. Welcome, Dippy. How's it going? I'll be back soon. Russ is definitely OP about getting first. Although she was actually late tonight. It was a pretty quiet start, and it was actually several minutes into the stream before Russ got first. So we're going to clear the text. And we want to set it to the same color as this sign. Really? I ended up on 0000FF? That's not FF. FF is 255. Can't copy it. Okay. But I should be able to type it in. Actually, clear 0000FF 240. That's wrong. FF is 255. This we might as well just set to black because it doesn't matter. And I'm pretty sure it was matte 2 or was it glossy 2? Glossy 2. Okay, there we go. So that should match. Oh, there's a slight line there. Oh, well, nobody will notice that, I'm sure. Considering that's how tiny a crack it's covering. Yeah, maybe the smaller sign would have fit. But, yeah, no one's going to notice that. Soul from Hell, just trying to install your mod and see you're alive. Cool, cool. Welcome, Soul. Good luck getting it running. It's a little fiddly, but easier than some mods. Yes, I do normally stream this time on a Saturday and also similar time on a Friday, so you're welcome to come along to the stream and ask any questions about the mod you want. Okay, so I think that's decent for the cap. Side cap. This is actually a side cap left, because we're going to have to flip this as well. Well, you can ask any question. Whether you get an answer or not's another thing, but people are welcome to ask any question. So that was 3 meters out from that side. So you start from here. One, two, up. This goes, hang on, that's 3 meters from the edge. That is not 3 meters from the edge. That's 3 meters from the edge. Yeah, I'd stream almost every Friday and most Saturdays, and this is a Saturday evening for me. I'm on the west coast of Australia. It is quite late at night. But yeah, I normally stream on both on Twitch and on YouTube. Most of the time playing Satisfactory in VR. Very occasionally I'll do some No Man's Sky or some other VR game. So let's delete that. Basically, I'm making the flipped version here. Why does that look like it's perfectly lined up already? Guess I'll leave that there. What do I think about 1.2? Or can I also ask a question? This kind nobody has answers. You could ask Diffie. We could make up stuff if you weren't sure. At 1.2, I've dabbled with it a little bit on my laptop. I haven't really tried it a lot. A lot of it doesn't really affect this playthrough because I've decided to do a no trucks playthrough. No, I need to nudge that way, please. Thank you. So yeah, the new truck changes look very cool. The engine upgrade is going to be the biggest one that affects me because that will affect the mod. And currently, I'm in limbo, waiting for the Satisfactory modding community to update all the modding tools, which will take them quite a while to do. So there's not much I can do until that is ready. And they're waiting for Coffee Stain to release an update with the engine changes in it as well. Will a human land on Mars? Not anytime soon, I don't think, unless we can shoot musk out of a cannon at it. You try it, thinks not optimization because your monster PC lagging. Soul from Hell, I have another playthrough where I did go heavy trucks and I loaded that into 1.2 and it was very laggy. But I think, I have a suspicion the lag was to do with it converting all my dozens and dozens of old truck paths into the new path system. And so it's just this mishmash of paths going everywhere, and I suspect that's why it was bad performance-wise. I loaded this save up into it, and performance was okay. I didn't try it in VR because, well, I can't quite yet. But I was a little concerned at the performance. I would hope with an engine upgrade that we'd actually get performance upgrades too. But time will tell, I guess. Selfie mode is also something. It's like I have no idea how I would do selfie mode for VR support. It's just interface-wise, it's very foreign to what VR can do currently. Oh, that's right, I was going to do this and then put another sign up against it so I can get a slight height difference. And then I forgot to nudge it back a meter. That's a little sign that I'm going to need down the other end, so let's just stick that there for now. Yeah, so to do selfie in VR, I'd have to have something you can hold up, and I'd have to reproject the actual view that you're looking at on a screen so that you could actually do the selfie properly, which is a whole level of game modding that I do not know how to do at this stage. So maybe one day. At this stage, I have no idea how I would do it. I mean, we do have camera mode support, so... Oops, I've been experimenting with the menu here. So we do have the camera modes. You can take photos here, and you can go into decoupled mode here like this. So we do already support decoupled mode. And what is A for settings? So you can go Pioneer, wave to everybody, and then take a photo. So this works in VR, but doing selfie mode would be a whole other kettle of fish. So what else is new in 1.2? Oops. The fluid trucks, again, I'm not using trucks in this, so fluid trucks doesn't really help at all. However, there was a stealth buff to fluid trains. I saw on Total Eclipse's channel, trains used to have a capacity of 1600 megaliters, and apparently in 1.2 it's been up to 2400 megaliters. So yay, fluid trains. Which is definitely a nice thing to have. You got the Planet Crafter, cool. Some limitations experienced in surviving last Pioneer, fallen in love with it. Oh, okay. First play session was 89 minutes, first time probably gaming since 3 weeks ago. Like, the new system of truck lines is very good if you like functional trucks in factories. They actually behave more like rails. I experimented with them a little bit. And yeah, they're definitely very robust and not going to fail anytime soon. The reason I'm a little bit salty about it is that you used to be able to do things with the old truck system, like have them go over jumps, and you used to be able to use jump pads to catapult trucks through the air. And so you could actually have a road here and a jump pad that would launch a truck to land on a higher platform where it would keep driving. And that worked in the old system. Whereas the new system, if you have a drop, it breaks the path. And sorry, I'm just trying to put this in the right place. At least somewhere I can nudge it. Stand still. Come on. So yeah, no more Evel Knievel truck jumps or anything like that, unfortunately. Maybe I just nudge it from here across if it's going to complain bitterly about it. Hey B-Merc, how's it going? Oh, the screen zooping. Yes, screen zooping would actually be kind of useful for what I'm doing right now. Although, right here, I'm being super fussy and I'm overlaying my screens by a fraction to remove the seam. But yes, in general, screen zooping should be... Again, because I'm in VR, I don't go crazy with signs. So I think the screen zooping would be great for those people who crank up Lumen and have signs everywhere. But because of performance concerns with VR, I try and keep it reasonably low on signs. Although supposedly, if you have a sign, if you have lots of signs with the same thing on it, it's supposed to be quite efficient. Apparently, it's only when you lots of different signs that the performance plummets. Just realised that this needs to be back a meter. And that deleted. So yeah, the engine upgrade will be interesting to see if it brings any performance improvements. Maybe if Lumen is properly hardware accelerated, maybe it would be easier to run in VR then. Okay, so I think this is now a correct right side copy. So I should be able to save this as right. And I have nothing to stand on. Okay. Did I actually save it in the right category? No. Okay, so it's going to be easiest to snap it to the bottom here. And then align it in that bottom corner there. And then rise it up to there. Why is that sticking out so much? It should be back 1 meter, I guess. That's not lined up. Why is that not lined up? That should be there. Okay, it was right. There must have been an alignment issue where visually I couldn't quite see it. So, ta-da! I'm going to delete this one and redo it using the blueprint. Just so if I do change it later on, it's easy to just rip off the old blueprint and put on the new one. Although I've just realized I've forgotten Forgotten these little bits out of the blueprint. These bits should be on the end here. Like that. Yesterday was the first day of autumn. Yes. It was? Hang on, the first day? How does that work? We've been autumn for a while here. A couple of weeks. Ultimately have decided to just try to get to phase 4 and then move on from biomass. You haven't got coal yet, Benjamin? Coal is considerably better than biomass. If you're doing it just with biomass for phase 3, that is hardcore. Like, I am on coal here. I have 2 decent sized coal power plants, and I don't know if you were there when I was looking at my power graph, but there's a reason why 2/3 of this new factory is not turned on yet. Said save in this folder. Does not want to save in the right folder. You build the coal power station where the coal is and where the water is, and then you run power towers. So these power towers here, these are very easy to run across the country and deliver your power anywhere you want. So if you look on my map, so I have one coal station down here. So there's coal here, there's water there. So I have coal power stations around there. And I also have a lot of other factories around here. But my other factories are here and now here. But I have a coal power station all the way out here. And all I did was I just ran out with these huge power towers out to the spot there, and then I built my coal power station out there next to on the riverside, on the side of the ocean, with the coal right next to it. It's much easier to transport power across country than it is to transport coal or water across country. Absolutely. So I mark a few structures that are already built and then copy paste them around without the blueprint builder. No Danish D. It's a design decision by CopyStain that if you want something blueprinted, you need to build it in the blueprint maker. Now, personally, I have no problem with this. Like a lot of this factory that I built here, I started in the blueprint maker. I kind of knew what I was building, and the very first thing I did was I built it in the blueprint maker. And then I came out to the factory and I placed down the blueprints and see how it was. And then I went back to the blueprint maker and basically iterated on the design, and went over it and made changes up until the point that I was happy with it. So you can't build something out in the wild first and then capture it as a blueprint. There's supposed to be a side cap L. There it is, way at the top for some reason. Yeah, coal power is, if you're still on biofuel, coal power is definitely worth a shot. It will be a huge, it will take a lot of pressure off you versus biofuel. I mean, you can go crazy with biofuel production. Especially if you automate using animal parts, you can get so much fuel out of animal parts. But the thing is, a biofuel generator only generates, I think, 75 megawatts of power, whereas a coal, is that right, or is it less? Let's have a look. Power, biomass burners. It doesn't tell me. Let's build and find out. That menu. 30 megawatts. Yeah, because I think coal stations make 75. Let's get coal into fuel. Yeah. Like you could still do fuel. You could do, and this is the thing is like, bioburners are 30, coal generators are 75, fuel generators are 250. So if you can get that diluted fuel, diluted packaged fuel recipe, you could skip coal and have a small power production of diluted fuel, and it would be a lot more compact than the equivalent coal station. So you definitely could skip coal power, but you can't. Like I here in this playthrough, I'm trying to get to phase 4 on coal power, and I'm struggling. Now my factories are bigger than they need to be. I am making 22.5 heavy frames a minute here, and really you can get by on 5 or even 2.5 per minute. Alignment refinement seems to be a real achievement impediment, an inconvenient detriment to building betterment and development, fulfillment and attainment. Why do I need that in a rap song, Future-proof? I am setting myself up for the long term. I'm hoping to skip fuel and go straight to nuclear. Well, this is the thing. Every other playthrough, I built massive turbo fuel stations and then upgraded them to massive rocket fuel stations. Because rocket fuel is dead easy. Like if you're fairly new to the game and you haven't finished it before, go with rocket fuel all the way. But you can build turbo fuel first and then upgrade it to rocket fuel. Heck, you can start with diluted fuel and then you can upgrade your diluted fuel station to be turbo fuel and then upgrade there to rocket fuel. So there is an upgrade path where you don't necessarily need to rebuild everything there. Okay, let's try and slap this new blueprint here. Okay, so that's lined up. No, it's not lined up. That's lined up with the corner, and I've just realized it's backwards. That's better. But if you've never built a coal power station before, there is something satisfying about setting up your first coal power station. And you can certainly do that as a tide me over, and you can leave it running forever. Nuclear is a plan B in case you get overboard with your builds. If you've got a massive rocket fuel, you really probably don't need nuclear. Okay, so we've managed side caps. Wow. I was really hoping we would get further tonight. I mean, we still have maybe another hour. But we've got blue side caps on our factory. Slide jump on left control. Settings are good. Ah, yes. Usually when people start the mod, they go, why is jump on the trigger and why is grip on the grip? That makes no sense. And then they use it and go, that works really well. And it does work really well specifically for this game, because slide jump is such an integral part of movement in Satisfactory that you really need to be able to press the slide and the jump independently of any other controls. And this isn't a first-person shooter. While there are, first-person weapons, you never dual wielding or anything like that. So having trigger and grip on the left controller, perfectly feasible and workable. If I was going to change it, I would make the right stick crouch and jump, like down up on the stick, and that's similar to what RoboQuest does. So if I was doing it again, I might consider that, but it actually feels really good, I find, to have jump and jetpack on the left trigger. I spent a lot of time iterating over the controls, and because there's so many different modes in Satisfactory, so right now I'm just in normal mode, So you can see the icons on the back of the hand, they do different things. So we can go into build mode, we can dismantle things, we can scan for resources, and we can pick our equipment. But if you start building something, all those controls change. And now we've got snap, zoop. I've tried to keep them similar, so the top left button, instead of equipment chain select, it's now part select. And if you're in dismantle mode, again, the controls all change again. And this time, the top button, I think, is just an extra zoop button or something. But yes, I spent quite a lot of time tuning the controls to make sense. They do take a bit of getting used to, but they do make sense. So Benjamin, I'll pop out to my coal station and I'll show you. Let's have a little break from the heavy modular frames, and I'll zip out to across the desert because it won't take long because zip lines are great. I do recommend unlocking these power towers once you've got steel going, because these allow very rapid transport across countryside. You can just build off one and then, whoops, I missed. That's parachute. No! Jetpack. That's the right button. You paying attention? Yeah, I'll show you the coal station out here. Now this is it's a pretty large one. You probably wouldn't even need one this large to get you at least to fuel. But again, I'm trying to get to phase 4 and nuclear without using any fuel power. So I've tried to push the coal as much as I can. And this is still not a very massive station. There are still people who will build ridiculously over the top coal stations. Yeah, if you need to travel anywhere, get yourself a zip line. Like whether you're playing VR or flat, the zip line is amazing. So if I wanted to go that direction there, right, all I need to do is get power, attach it to the tower, drop that over there, and then zip line across, and I'm there. It's great for getting up massive hills. Anywhere you want to go, zip line is a very fast way of transporting. And even before you unlock the big power towers, zip lining on the little power towers, it's a little bit fiddlier because you go smacking into the poles. So there's crappy coal there. That's impure nodes there. But over here is a little coal power station. Now I have overclocked things here. I'm trying to squeeze out as much as I can in the space available. So I think these are a normal and a pure node. So yeah, that's a normal node overclocked to 200%. This guy is guarding the site. I think this is a pure node. Yeah, this is a pure node. Again, 200% overclock. It's always worth overclocking miners to get more out of them. And so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 16, 24 coal generators. And these, I think, are all overclocked to 200%. So these are actually generating 150 megawatts each overclocked one. And then I've just got the water underneath here. And so 3 water generators. I think these are not even overclocked. I think these are just normal. Yeah, these are just normal, three normal water extractors. So 3 water extractors will basically feed 8 coal generators, but this is basically 4 overclocked. And so that's just a little power outlet. And because of the massive power towers, this just runs power back to my main base, and there you go. This is, but I actually use blueprints for this. So blueprints. So I actually made a blueprint with 4 coal generators on it. You can kind of see it there. Now I think this took a Mark II blueprint maker to fit it on. So it did need the bigger blueprint maker, I think. How many across is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. So you need the Mark II blueprint maker to fit 4 generators on. But basically, I made this blueprint, and this has got the logistics underneath and everything as well. And that way I could just come out here and go plonk, 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 plonk. And then I manually did all the water extractors. Now, if you're doing coal, I do recommend feed your water in from above. For fluids, gravity matters. So you will have a lot less problems if you feed your water in from above. If you feed it from below, it's like if you imagine you've got a sauce bottle and it's half full and you've got the bottle faced up, you're trying to squeeze sauce out of it, it's not going to work. But if you turn your bottle upside down so it's facing downwards, you squeeze your bottle, your water's going to come out. So whenever you've got fluid problems, make sure that you're feeding your fluids in from above and you'll have a lot less problems. How to copy buildings, you mean like this? So on desktop, it's middle mouse button when you're pointing at something will copy the building, and on VR, it's click in the right stick. And if you go into delete mode and you change your delete mode to blueprint delete mode, you point at a blueprint and then you copy that, it will actually copy the whole blueprint. So that's how you can copy whole blueprints without having to manually go into the blueprint menu every single time. Build the new big factory and tear down the old spaghetti one? Yeah, you definitely can do that. 170 hours on restarting the game eventually. You can leave the old stuff. I don't necessarily delete stuff. Yes, VR, yes. Click in the stick on the right controller is copy. Click in the left one is ping, where you're aiming. Or if you're moving forward, clicking in the stick will sprint. Benjamin, if you're interested, the stream I made this station at is on YouTube, I think. I have a playlist of all my Let's Plays, and I basically built this in one stream. It was like a 5 or 6 hour stream. If you want to see me build the blueprint and then come out here and build it. I do remember that stream did have problems though, and I basically had to re-upload everything to YouTube. But it should be in the playlist as a single video. I'm pretty sure I edited it and uploaded it afterwards. So yeah, that's one, but because my power is kind of struggling at the moment, just let's have a look at that graph. The grey line is my generated power, and the orange line is the power I'm using. And I've only turned on 1/3 of my heavy modular frames factory. So yeah, I think next stream I might be making another one of these. Further up the coast there's more coal, so I might just go up the coast further and just whack down another one of these. Because I still have several more factories I need to make to finish off this. Yeah, perfectly balanced, isn't it? That orange line. I really need to go back through my older factories and tune them a little bit more so they're a bit more balanced. I don't know why it's that rough. I usually balance my factories pretty well, but obviously I haven't. The grey line is wavy because I have several geothermal power generators generating power as well. They are really lousy power output though, but they do give you a bit of an extra boost. What is that? So yes, this is quite a lot of power. To do this in bioburners would be many bioburners. It's definitely worth doing a decent sized coal power station. But even if you just start with 8, just 8 generators, not overclocked, that would probably be more than all your bioburners together, perhaps, unless you've got a heck of a lot of bioburners. 16 is a good size to start with a coal station. Like that one there, I've overclocked everything, so it's producing quite a lot of power, at least for a coal station. It's worth doing, at least making a coal station. I think you even get an achievement for it, maybe? There's certainly a snide remark from Ada when you first make one. I just realised I didn't delete that other poll If you connect to power to build your station out, you can build it out a very long way, but it's out of delete range. So you actually need to go over to the tower and delete it. Your delete range is about half the range between two towers. Almost got knocked off. Actually, I got more novelisks last time I was in town. And that went way over. Come on. Come on, through. There we go. It's quite hard to throw novelisks from the jetpack because the jetpack inertia is added to the momentum. It's much easier to throw them from the ground level. Hey, that was a good shot. That fell short. You can also just chop over them and then... Ah, that probably went too far. Hey, that was close enough. Here we are, back at our heavy modular frame factory. It's starting to get like it's nearly finished. Just need to cover it up with the roof. Or at least a bit of edging. We need some more edging around the sides. Yeah, that's the right side.
Phrasing?
Thank you. Should be able to snap it to that window and get it lined up. I edit this from here. Really want to put that into the right category. I really need to split this category up a bit more. Left side. See, if I snap it to the window, that should at least be aligned properly. Close the menu, close the menu! The sound was a bit loud, was it? Do need to tweak the volumes on that. Ink that's lined up. Oh, there's a hole there. Or at least an edge. Yeah, that looks kind of lined up. Did they increase the nudge distance, or is it what? They increased the nudge distance in, was it 1.0 or 1.1? Before 1.0, yeah, nudge was very restricted. But I actually removed the limit entirely, I think, in 1.0. Which is good because it was super restrictive before and super frustrating. You basically had to build fake things to get closer to where you wanted it to be and hope you're in nudge range. But I'm pretty sure there is no limit now. But it's not a mod, I can tell you that. Probably. Actually, I'm fine for fuel. Yeah, good. Okay, now we're running out of fuel. Nagrothdermon, hey! Before 1.0 nudge limit was 7 meters, now it is unlimited. Yeah, it was tiny before 1.0. Thank you for confirming that. What looks insane? my frontis of the factory? Why would I? That's nudging diagonally. That's not good. Hey, Nagrath, how's it going? Welcome back. The scale of the factory or the scale of nudging things? Yeah, this is, to me, this is a large factory. I know there's many Satisfactory players.
HS_Azo just followed you.
HS Azo, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Yes, there'd be many players who would say this is a small factory. To me, it's a pretty large one. I'm pretty pleased with its girth, you might say. This is a decent sized factory. I'm happy with how this is coming together. But there's the old problem of roofs, and I'm terrible at putting roofs on, and I was hoping to have a lot more roof done tonight than there is there. I could leave it open or just have sort of a latticed roof, but at least I want the frontis to look decent. Why is the diagonal nudging happening? It's not even 45 degrees. Yeah, you getting, usually it's 45 degrees for the diagonal nudge dippy, but yeah, it is a problem that is very problematic and haunts me. Yes, the open style is pretty cool, so maybe I will just kind of put a frame over the top and leave it more open. Would certainly make expanding it when I want to double its size. The idea is that when I hit phase 4 or maybe 5, when I need more heavy frames, I can just build another layer on top to double its output, and then there'd be other layers that would do your advanced frames beyond the heavy frames. So that's kind of the general idea. So necessarily I don't want to go too overboard with a rooftop at this stage. So we've done these side bits. I still haven't done a side bit that fits in the side there. I do want a cap here, over the top here. How am I going to do this? I mean, I could just build this up. Oh, that's not actually lined up. Oh, I see, because that has added to its height. So that would be up to there. Probably would have been easier to add a bit more cap to the actual main blueprint. Since this is a centerpiece, it's not going to change. The side bits, these blueprints here are the same either side, but the angles are different, so I had to do that separately. I mean, we could kind of repeat this pattern a little bit on either side. You know what? Let's try and build it into the main blueprint. It's a known bug. Yeah, I hope it gets fixed in 1.2, but it's been there a long time. So can I fit a cap in here? I mean, this will be here from the other blueprint. So the other blueprint will cap there currently. So do we want a cap directly above it? Or do we want a cap that kind of comes off to the side a bit? It's back a meter. It's actually down a meter if I want to keep the same angle. Can I go further that way? I can go further that way. So if we overhang there, that will kind of hang down and join on the other one there. Except it's not going to be enough. Negative Tillman, the problem is on some angles on platforms of parts, take the part foundation beam also X and Y is not correct. Yeah, it still seems a lot more random than that. And yeah, it's I know it's easy for me to just say, well, they should just fix it. I'm a software developer. I know it's not always that easy. And it's also very hard to necessarily replicate it reliably. I'm just trying this at the top to see if it actually fits in here or if I would need to raise it up. It's probably, you know, because I do a lot of weird angles of stuff. Yeah, see, that's not going to really cut it. I would need that to come up to... Oh, it'll let me put it that high, will it? Probably partly my own fault for making lots of things that are non-right angled things. But I swear sometimes it happens for no good reason. That's really pushing the limit of the height of this, but if I can fit it in, we might be able to build it into this blueprint. It reckons that is valid for this blueprint maker.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Is that actually under? Oh yeah, that's not too bad. Might need to go up a smidge. Ah, interesting. Why said it never happened on the world grid square builds, only when circles or train misalignment came to it. Detect grid is 0.5 meter on main grid. Sometimes I can't find the correct X and Y line of a parts to line in nudge on it. Nudge the world grid in 5-degree steps on the part you started. 45 shifted then, that's what I guess it is, based on Unreal Engine knowledge. It's interesting. I understood some of those words. I found early on it was interesting that machines have to be aligned to 5 degrees to everything. My central blue crater base, I did the usual circle with 5-degree increments around the circle, but because it was so large, I found a way of doing in-between spokes that were effectively 2.5 degrees, and I tried to have a rectangular slab aligned to the 2.5 degree that I put a machine on, and the machine shifted so it was on the closest 5-degree turn, and therefore none of the manholes lined up. It was really interesting, and I've never actually heard anyone mention that issue before. So that was the first time I'd found it. It's not really advertised in Satisfactory help videos, but yeah, it was interesting once I figured it out. It was driving me crazy because it was actually the first coal station in this, because I've got different coal station sets of 4 around the circle, and I tried to line it up with the 2.5 degree, and it was driving me crazy trying to get those manholes, conveyor holes to line up. But once I figured it out, like I did a test, it's like, yes, okay, this is what's happening. Because there are other videos online that say you can make a circle with any angles and any size and do it this way and that way, or you can make arbitrary angles. It's like, you can make arbitrary angles, but if you try and stick a machine on it, you can have a bad time. You can put foundations on any angle and various other bits and pieces, but not machines. Anyway, Twitch wants me to take an ad break, so I'm going to take a bit of a break and have a drink. Same with exact triangles or 5 or 7 star builds. Yeah, okay, yes, I could imagine they would give you some odd angles as well. Hexagons, they're the bestagons. They at least line up to the 5 degrees, so they're mostly fine. Sometimes they get the diagonal nudge problem, but overall, this one's been fairly painless other than the odd nudging problem. Anyway, I'm going to take a break and I'll be back in a few minutes. Thanks everyone for watching.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, and we're back. We're on the home stretch. It is 11 p.m. on this slice of the world. We are trying to add some architecture to our heavy modular frames factory. The factory is running at 1/3 capacity at the moment because if I turn on the other 2/3, my power grid's going to trip. So we're only making about 6 or 7 frames per minute at the moment. We are slowly filling up the storage. That's coming along reasonably considering we're running at reduced capacity. Hey, we can have some extra ones put in there as well because we don't need to carry those. So we were going to slap a roof on, but consensus seems to be that maybe we just put a bit more of a framework on top and keep it kind of open. And it does kind of look cool open. So maybe we do sort of some shade around the side. We're probably not going to finish that tonight because this is taking, as usual, architecture is taking longer than planned. But we're working on sort of the front again here. We've got some side features to put on the side of this front sixth, it's a bestagon. Now we're just trying to work on something to make the center bit look a bit more interesting. And while these bits here are separate blueprints from the blueprint below, this centerpiece, we're trying to fit it in the blueprint. And I think this will work. If we repeat this on the other side, I think that will look okay. And this actually takes us right to the edge of the blueprint, which assuming we have it actually centered on the other side. Let's go see. Oops. Basically, we want one of those overlapping the window a bit. And then a big pillar to the side. And then a half foundation should pretty much sit on the edge of the blueprint maker. I think it's 1 meter in. And that actually sits on top. Turn off soup. Can I turn off soup? Yes, I can. There we go. There's one, not that foundation. I need the one flat foundation that goes in the bottom. Then probably easier to put this one on the middle actually, and this one started down there. So let's try and position that. Yeah, that looks about right. So that will be up there. Now to get the sign angle, you need a beam to get the diagonal to match. Then you need a pillar on that beam to get a pillar that follows the angle. And then the sign will align with the pillar. Now you nudge it back, down, across. I think there's a little gap there. I'm about to fall off? No, I'm not about to fall off. There is a little gap there. Actually, let's put this side on because this side was going to hit the top and is the more a little overlap to hide the seam. That's lower than the other one, so actually we probably do want it lined up with. It's not quite the same. It's a little different either side, but it fits in Blueprint Maker, and it's going to cover up our diagonals, so I think we're all good. Oh, that's going to sit on the bottom of that, is it? Yeah, okay, I see what the problem is. But actually it doesn't matter. I think it will all cover up any cracks we have. Fine. Can I just get in there? I don't care what you smell. Okay, it does cover that one as well, so kind of got an overlap. Oh, I see. This one was a meter lower on the other side. We did that so it would hide behind. Right. Cool. So just slap one of these on top. Oh, look. Perfect size. And I need a bit more signage in the middle there to cover up.
Phrasing?
What did I say that time? It's funny, like sometimes I will, you know, on purpose say something dodgy. And other times I'll probably subconsciously say something dodgy. Perfect size, okay. Perfect size to fit in, is it? Okay, and if we put that there, that will just help cap that off and put that hole in a nice place. Put the hole in a nice place, okay. Right. It's pretty simple. It's just basically repeating this pattern over the top. Short of making these angled, but I think that's too hard. Should we have these go higher? Should they go to the top? Could do it like that. No, I think that's too much. I think I'm going to leave it open like that. Let's give it a go. Let's save. Hopefully it's not too tall and won't get chopped off in the blueprint maker. Now this means actually rebuilding the middle blueprint, and that one's actually active, so I'll come around to the side here. This one's not active yet, so when I delete it, it shouldn't spew screws everywhere. I need to delete that and that and that. I guess those two as well. Like a glove. This hat here looks a little odd. Maybe I should that there. It's just as a black. Very flat. Also wondering about this beam across here, if that should just continue that pillar. We should also put lights. It's not quite lined up exactly, but we should put that there, which is actually on the seam by the looks of it. Yeah, it's this bit down here. It's throwing off these bits. Okay. Yeah, I think I prefer it with that ending there. It does extend there. We need to figure out what's going on at the end there as well. And we could just have that come out another one, or we could actually have that. Release, stop it. It's going to wipe out that side bit, but at least then it lines up with the corner there, but I don't know if that's what I want. So let's focus on the middle bit at the moment. Let's finish off that. And I might actually build these full side bits in. I'll take these out of the side blueprint and build them into the middle blueprint. So those side beams there, they're part of that blueprint. Ah, that's the problem. And I don't want to have to redo those blueprints. I mean, I could. Most of them are not loaded, so I could tweak the blueprints there. So this would effectively be, if I just take it off the sides, then this would be 2 like that. This would be 2 like that. And we copy the light from there. And that goes there. Yeah, don't do architecture, people. It makes things take too long, too complicated. Keep it simple. Boxes with windows. You save yourself a lot of stress. I mean, there's in betweens. You can do boxes with windows and then make them look a little bit better. Pretty simply. Actually, that is the right way around. Okay, so put black bits on the side. We put this bit in here to fix that. The other thing we were going to do is take this out of this blueprint. Except it's that on the other side. That's the problem. This is symmetrical. So to change that blueprint to not be symmetrical, so we might just have to manually edit and take those bits out and fix them up. Probably easier, because otherwise we need to fix all the side bits as well. Okay, let's save what we got. I'd like them to fix this bug too. I'd like it to actually remember which folder my blueprint is in, so I don't need to have to pick the directory every single time I want to save a modification. That would be nice. So we're taking off these two? Or is it one? What have I done? I think this is actually... Oh, that can't go down any more than that. Okay. It's like a jigsaw puzzle, except I'm the crazy fool that made the jigsaw puzzle, and I'm trying to get it to fit together. Okay, so that's got those included. I rebuilt those, that's why that's different. Okay, so we take out the top one of that blueprint. Basically, we take that out of it. We leave the bottom one in there. I'm not going to fit a sign on there because spacing, that's going to be annoying. Pop. Pop. Oh, it's still building all the internals. There we go. Pop. Okay. Let's connect all this up before we forget. So I think I will probably wrap it up there for tonight. Like I could faff around with the detail here for a while. But I think you kind of get the general gist of what I'm going for style-wise at the front. And I think next stream we might build another coal power station. Should we see if we can blow the power grid? I wonder how long the batteries would last for. Okay, so there was also these belts here that I need to reconnect. That actually attached? No, that went to nowhere. would have left a random support somewhere. There it is. I think that's all I need to connect up. So let's turn on some more of these and see how quickly the power runs out. Somewhere there is a power connector near the floor in the middle. I think it's nearly up the back. It's kind of in here. There it is. And Azuren's gone to bed already, so she can't jump scare me. Auto save just before we lose power. This will be a decent test, at least, to say if everything fires up and works as expected. Ah, yes, we also need to reconnect these. Whoa, no, not like that. So we should see a nice cascade of screws out the front. Yes, we do. All the screws are flowing. Did we connect power up here? No, we didn't. We were slack. Oh, missed. So that's 2/3 of the factory online. Okay, we've got too many power connectors. Five sixths. should be the whole factory now online. Everything, once warm-up has gone by, should be green. It's all green, 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 yellow, but that's probably catching up. Green, green, yellow, but they're probably catching up, maybe. How's our throughput looking? It's going to take a while actually until the frames actually start rolling in, so let's check our power. It's going to be horrific. 97% battery. So this grey line here is how much we're producing, and the orange line is how much we're consuming. Does that mean we have an hour's worth of time before it runs out? Could I build a power expansion in 1 hour? Oh, it just dropped. Is it all connected? That's green. It's yellow still. Okay, it's getting there. Actually, we should check to make sure there's no yellow lights in the center here, because these should all be pumping. Every one of these should now be starting to make heavy modular frames. Not that this looks like it's outputting frames yet, but there's stuff missing here, that's for sure. Okay. Working on it. Have I missed any more like that though? That's connected. This one's been going a while, so it's full of frames. Same with this one. This one looks like it's missing conveyors. Is this the one I rebuilt? This might be the one I... No, I fixed the one I rebuilt. Oh, we're missing this one too. Kind of glad I actually turned everything on to test it all. I hope there are no frames there because they're all in here being turned into heavy frames. They are. Okay, we're just missing encased beams. Encased beams could be a concrete problem if there are literally no beams. Where's my concrete? There is a distinct lack of concrete on this concrete belt. I mean, it is a manifold, and so the earlier machines will suck up the concrete. Foghouse. Hi, Foghouse. Welcome. How are you going? Yes, there's a lot of concrete at this end. But it is manifolding around the entire factory, which means the corners off to the side are going to be a little bit starved until it all balances out. There are also possibly segments where we require a Mark V belt for full throughput. So this is probably a good time for me to pop over and show you what the plan was. And for those who are just joining us or haven't seen the plan before, let me just pop into my work in progress room here, and I will just swap over. Just give me a sec. Here is the Heavy Frames factory. So as you saw, we have 3 blueprints. We have the steel and rubber, which is the inner 12 blueprints. So there's 2 per hexagon side. We have our heavy modular frames blueprint, which is the middle of each hex side. And then either side of the heavy modular frames, we have normal frames being made by a separate blueprint. Steel and rubber, we have rubber going into the heavy frames. We have steel going into both the normal frames and also into the heavy frames. Concrete, we have enough belt capacity here. So we're on Mark 4s, so 480 should give us enough wet concrete. Oh, we're not making enough limestone. That's one thing I need to do, is I need to connect up a second miner. So this number here, we're only producing probably 480. So this actually won't be a limit. So we're not going to hit full capacity at the moment until this bottleneck is fixed. We also... am I doing that over 2 belts? I think I'm doing that over 2 belts. If not, that's going to be a big bottleneck. I shall verify that now. I'm pretty sure I've already split that onto 2 belts, which is only 960. It's not the full capacity, so we're going to be running at 2/3 there. So there are definitely some parts of this that are not going to be full capacity until we get to phase 4 and get the Mark 5 belts unlocked, and then we'll come back, upgrade a couple of belts, and then everything else should flow successfully. Let's, whoops, stay there. Let's switch back. Let's see how we're going. 15 a minute, yay! Well, that's better than the 6 a minute we were getting before. But yeah, concrete, there's going to be probably 1/3 of the factory that's going to be starved until we get the upgraded belts. 86% battery power. So the batteries are holding up pretty well, considering our power consumption is here and our grey line is our production there. So yeah, not doing too bad. I do have a band-aid fix that may or may not give us enough power to make things run better. And that is, at the start of the session, I unlocked power augmenters. I don't have a spot that's kind of centered here. See, that's pretty, it's close. There's a few centimeters gap, but that is actually pretty close to center. This is impressive. Thanks, Foghouse. I'm pretty happy with how it's turned out. No, builder, let's go, power. I've never built one of these before, have I? Have I built one of these in another save? I'm not sure. I was going to say, well, I'll just spam a pile of these, that'll help my power, but then I realized they take 10 summer sloops each. So if I center it there, do I just build it in here? No, it's too big. Do I just build it on top? Now, this is totally temporary. Maybe I should keep it as a fixture of the Band-Aid of holding this factory together. Ooh. Oh, that's cool in VR. It's not even plugged into power yet. I mean, it does generate its own power. Actually, I lie. I have built one of these before. I was deep in the pink forest, or on the edge of the pink forest, and I needed to unlock a hard drive, crashed hard drive that required like 300 power, and I was a long way from power. And I slapped one of these bad boys down just to unlock a depot, a crash pod, and that was it. So yes, I built one of these once. Let's run it down the outside. So yes, they're definitely useful if you're out and about and need to unlock a drop pod and you're a long way from home. This is a bit of a cheat to get a power burst now, although I will be relying on these later on to help my power grid because, excuse me, as I said, I'm attempting to get all the way to nuclear on coal. I'm trying to avoid fuel power because I have a bad habit of if I unlock fuel power, then I just build rocket fuel and I never make nuclear. Touch the beam, yes, yes. Debbie calls these power nipples. That's possibly a appropriate name. It is not a small thing. I've got the coughs. Sorry about that. I think my throat's getting a bit dry. Actually, that's a good point. Maybe I should stop for a bit of a drink. Just give me a sec. I'm going to have a swig of water for my throat. So this, once this is fully working, this will be producing 22.5 heavy frames per minute. And it's effectively made out of 3 blueprints. Got that blueprint there, and that blueprint there. There's a little bit of extra work, like there's a little wet concrete farm down the bottom and some miners and foundries for the ore stuff, but the bulk of the factory is 3 blueprints. Now, how can I get a power reading now that this is connected? Oh, there we go. So we have power boosted about 700. 750. Again, the grey line is wavy because we have quite a few geothermal things boosting our power. So this has added about 1200 megawatts total to our power grid, and I reckon it should be able to keep it enough above the orange line for now. We'll see if this battery number goes up or if it fluctuates. But that is quite hypnotic, the way things are flowing around in the circle. It's kind of cool. I'm happy with how that turned out. And this number is not very stable. But, we've got half a container left to go. We're not going to run out quite yet, although we are producing them a lot faster now. I am tempted to just leave that there. Maybe not just plonked on the roof like that, but do make it like a feature pillar in the middle with that on top. To indicate that this heavy frames factory is being kept alive by alien technology. Thanks very much, Future Proof. I'm trying, I'm learning. This was quite experimental, this build, so I'm pretty happy with how it came out. So you want me to touch this? You reckon this is worth touching, do you? It's shiny! It was actually quite shiny, especially in VR. 10 summer sloops to make it, so it's not particularly cheap. It looks like I have to go farm up some more summer sloops sometime if I want more of these. So as I said, this will buy me some time to get this factory running, but I need to make... we're on phase 3 at the moment, and I still need to do a factory for the 2 other project parts that I can't remember the name of. Then engines of some sort, and the ones that require a ridiculous amount of wire and take forever to build. So I think I do need to build another coal power station somewhere in the world to give us a boost more power so we can get to phase 4. Okay, right. It is a quarter to midnight here. So I am going to wrap it up there. So let me head home. So what did we accomplish today? We accomplished this building in the middle here. We have finally connected up an awesome sink to the overflow of rubber and steel, although there doesn't seem to be an overflow currently, probably because all the new machines we brought on are sucking in the excess, so we are consuming them all now. We have connected up our heavy frames merry-go-round, which we decided to just keep as a loop. Basically, only when the loop is full does one get shunted off into storage, but effectively you still get the same output, but you also get a nice ring of heavy frames. Maybe I should put a few slugs in between, because this we could... you can't overflow just slugs though, can you? Okay, that wouldn't work. And we've made a bit further progress on the frontis of the factory. We've basically done some shoulder pads and a hat. So we've built these caps for the side, and we've updated the middle blueprint to have this cap on top, just to give it a bit more of a presentation. We still haven't got much of a roof, but we'll probably keep it fairly open, maybe put some beams or slats as a framework over the top. So yeah, maybe not quite as much progress as I was hoping to tonight, but still solid progress. Man, that does look impressive sitting on top. Yeah, I think that's going to stay there for a while, in one form or another. Definitely a different heavy modular frame factory than I've ever made before. Quite different. And see, screws aren't that bad. We may have some bottlenecks, but none of them are screw related. Okay, let's take a zip line home and we'll go say hello to the doggos and then we'll log out from there. Yeah, I'll clean that up later. See, there's the second limestone node. I've put a miner on there already. I just need to run the limestone across to where the wet concrete is being made so that we are making the full amount of wet concrete needed. Well, that's busy work. Hey, relax. Holy heck, you're up late. Yes, I am up late. And you're up early for a Saturday. Oh, am I going to make it? Am I going to make it? But we've been busy making a massive factory. This guy going to shoot me. He's going to try, isn't he? Can't hit me. See? Missed. Ask the computer factory. Really should finish that building sometime too. It's a bit open. Nova, aka Neural Overlord of Vibes and Automations. We've been up 3+ hours already. It's almost 10 AM. But 10 AM on a Saturday, come on. At least you didn't get stuck in stand-up. Oh, there's that nuclear hog below me. Ah, Nova is your Jarvis. Cool. So you've got the... so Nova is the wake-up keyword, is it? Is it Hey Nova or something like that? Cool, cool. I really should try that out again sometime. When I did try it, it was kind of the set phrase words, and the Hey Nabu keyword never worked for me. Must be an Australian accent or something. So yeah, I was using the Hey Jarvis keyword, and that worked pretty reliably when I was fiddling with it. Started in trading OpenClaw with it. That's dangerous, isn't it? Isn't that the one that just takes over everything and does everything for you and then wipes your C drive and such? Not that you have a C drive on Home Assistant. Minutes before my gown turns back to rags. My PC turns back into a potato, maybe. Only you just get the shit wiped. Yeah. It's still, but even like Home Assistant, how much control do you give an AI to completely rewrite your automations and stuff? It's you got to draw a line somewhere and accept a certain amount of risk and hope it's not stupid enough to stuff things up. Although backups are good. Definitely something I want to play with more, but I'm a little wary about going full bottle on a full Home Assistant AI overlord. But definitely having open wake word tied to a local LLM would be really good. Here we are, back at the Doggo Water Fun Park. It's not very fun because I haven't made them a slide yet. Hey guys and girls, what you got? Running away from me. Hey Snowy, you knew I was burning that in my jetpack, did you? Stu's got some cable. George got some... Well, this is a pretty boring run, guys. What do you got? Ah, there we go. Heat sinks from Skippy. Good on you, Skippy. Who's hiding up the back here? Lassie. Lassie's got some basic quartz crystal. Well, some heat sinks, but other than that, bit subpar there, guys. But that's okay. I was off doing other things. Yeah, good on you, mates. Starting with minimal access and I'll open up as a go. Cool. Mac Mini, I don't use. It might be the final home of OpenClaw. Oh, okay. HA. Yeah, my Home Assistant's going to stay on the Pi, and then I'll run an LLM on the main server that I have, the Power Chewer. Okay. Right. Let me just recycle some of this, because this will turn into a liquid biofuel, which I've been chewing through a fair bit of. So basically, this biomass will turn into solid fuel, and the solid fuel will turn into liquid fuel and come out into the storage depot as packaged liquid biofuel, which I'm chewing through at an alarming rate lately. Okay, so before I do turn into a potato, I should probably log out here. Thank you all for hanging out and watching me and ah over the colour of signs and the angles of beams and things. It's been a pleasure as always. If you do enjoy hanging out here or have any further questions, I'm usually streaming this time on a Friday and a Saturday. Not quite this late sometimes. No problems, future-proof. 3 Pi 0 2 Ws with an office speakerphone that acts as satellites for each room. That is where the wake words live. Yes, I had a Pi 3 that I was using for the wake words. It got out of date. Benjamin, thanks again. Good luck with your coal power station. Actually, very, very, very quickly. This is my original coal power station down here in the Blue Crater. I don't know if you've seen it. I've probably flown past it a few times. You can kind of see it through the mist there. So we've got the steel factory, plastics factory, and then there's 4 sets of 4.
FICSIT requires 24/7 streaming, no rest.
I can't do that. Ask Dippy if you want a marathon stream. So yes, 4 sets of 4 coal generators overclocked to 200% each. So that's kind of my initial starter coal power setup. It's Benjamin, okay. You've seen how much I mumble and make mistakes when I'm tired. You probably do not want that for another 12 hours. I need my rest. That one was an accident. You accidentally streamed for 16.5 hours, Dippy. That was still impressive. It will go down in song and legend. Thanks, everyone. YouTube people, I'll leave you here and say goodnight. Twitch people, I'll see if there's someone to raid out to. And thank you once again. Have a great week, everybody, and the rest of the weekend that you've got. And I will see you in the next stream. Actually, let me save the game. Just if I save here, I can now quit the game and take my headset off, and I don't have to worry about anything. Okay, Zoanon is live. That name is familiar. Zoanon is not wearing socks. I'm not wearing socks at the moment. Okay. Bye. Let me go to the outro screen. Let me just take off my headset. Oh, let's switch to speakers and stuff. Someone plays VR, mostly Ragnarok. Ah, yes, I might have raided Zoanon before. But for now, I will bid the YouTube stream adieu.